Last time we were at the midnight hour, and the powers of the 13 have met, and those loyal to them, at the Lord and Lady's Pagoda. This moot that's relatively something that happens like once in a century, twice, once last 13 years ago. It's not very often this happens. It's still the pressure and stomping in Sench's mind is something that kind of is what his perspective is dealing with constantly during this conversation. And in order to kind of clear his worry, he kind of breaks away and leads Mel to Alucard's clock tower, where Farum had informed him he could find this young woman who may still know about Alucard's disappearance. So, making his way there, he finds eventually the door open, easy to enter and whatnot. There's a strawberry blonde young female humanoid packing up essentials that belong to Alucard, general just goods and food. And here Mel and such converse with whom they find out is Thera, and find out, despite indications otherwise, that she's not in love with Alucard. Alucard just kind of saved her from this weird situation, and she doesn't know what happened to him. Like, he left a fortnight ago to the 11th house, and he never returned. So they, hearing this information more firsthand, uh, convince Thera eventually to come with them to the boot to kind of be a witness to the situation of what has occurred, and kind of accuse the 11th house of different dealings. Um, the rest of you are still back at this moot, where there's mingling and eavesdropping before great Iberian of the first house kind of begins the proceedings. After kind of briefly welcoming you all in attendance, the Wolfkin accuses the second house, seemingly saved by his own kin, Killian, of kind of this judgment of the coup, that they're partially responsible for what happened to the 5th and 12th seal. They should be proven weak, and they're inferior, and there is the aspect of stage courts, but also the aspect of like judgment should be taken here and now. And like, he brought like people with him, and others have people there that, and you all could be people that have weapons and things that kind of implied like judgment be here, like if by someone's own blade or weapon or whatnot. Being the moot that it is, Kane being still alive after being saved by Killian, still able to speak, I should say, um, steps forward in the pagoda and speaks about this chaos, and talks about that this is not conducive for the city. Like, we're going to destroy ourselves. We need to come together in a diverse voice to lead the city in the future. And everyone kind of confers and mutters about that, but about that time, Setra arrives, leading Mel in, the, Binderlord now of the 12th house, and the shudder and calm within the room kind of takes over. Welcome, Nova. We're just kind of doing some recap stuff. And lost my place. So the second house speaks, and then Setch and Mel arrive, and Setch and Mel, with Thera, and then Birdman, Farwin, and Garul kind of speak and have their own defenses related to their respective houses, including the 11th, 5th, and 9th house. And there is tension that rises up. It's a debate that kind of goes back and forth, and that draws the final attention of the 4th and 7th house, and the 6th and 10th house, which were in the wings drinking, to kind of join the proceedings now that Mel has arrived. And the Birdman's request was kind of to had one of her followers kind of speak up and kind of do a thing. And the speeches kind of remind the lords and ladies of the times where similar actions have been taken, even as recent as the 12th house and the Drow trying to take over that took over the 12th Bind 12, almost 12, 13 years ago. There's also ample evidence presented that the Ninth House was involved with Kane's cousin, the Platutu, in the coup that claimed the 12th and 5th seal. And Veer even takes this moment to accuse Mel of kind of usurping the whole process, and there should be a court kind of situation taken up against her. But this accusation doesn't get very far before Garul kind of takes the floor and accuses Karen, the daughter of Xantha, for also being involved in this coup, and that their involvement should be, just as accounted for as any of the others, basically. But Xantha's able to distract kind of the congregation at this point from himself and his daughter by bringing forward this dwarf that was given to him by Mel some weeks past, and comes from a weird warrior culture that Garuld is a part of, that he escaped. Well, not escaped, he left 100 years ago or so. This dwarf forcefully, eventually with some magic, reveals this plot that has taken place over many years, since the Drow took over the 12th house, apparently. That with their farms of the Tarrasque, their experiments with the undead and Tarrasques and clones and whatnot, and as well as their ploys within and around the city, related to the beast itself within the center, trying to obviously garner control of all the seals themselves. He kind of reveals that this has allowed his dwarven people to kind of take position and kind of use those trades and things that are going on to gain more knowledge and gain some ground, and they've kind of slowly positioned themselves to the south of the lands of the Animaesus, with intent of conquest. Like it's definite was part of that tone. So Garul does some assuming here based upon what he knows, and it's obviously they beat and defeated the war, quote unquote, that their people have been fighting for millennia against the Elven Empire that was to the south of everyone, like very far, far, far south, like 2 continents south. And now they're searching for new lands, new plunder, new mountains to surmount. That they believe that is their right. There is a almost manifest destiny kind of vibe to it. And he warns of the dwarf that you're speaking to, warns of these 3 primordials, that is what he calls them. He calls, in the word of the dwarf, it's called a Jorvian, and they're have awoken. One awoke within the city, and that's one of the things that drew their attention even further to the city within these last few weeks. They have 3 in their possession, these dwarven warriors. One they call the Flight, by your basic description, is the equivalent of like a giant eagle version of a fighter jet. The other is called the Shadow of a Mountain, Shadow of the Mountain, which is a weird panther creature, is as best he could describe it. Large cat, but like made of rock and stone. And then the third is called the Fist Invincible, which is he described it as like a giant ape that could punch through anything. And the Lords of the 13 are just kind of stunned by this point, and Garuld kind of takes this opportunity to kind of remind everyone of their lost views, and he kind of requests an audience with his captured kin in order to kind of learn more about how his past might connect to some of these things, if it does at all. And he kind of reasons that his former commander, that was the leader of these people, has died, and there has to be a new person to lead his people north that would be so fervent, that carries what they call the Hammer of Fate, which is like the leadership gavel that's given to whoever. And nevertheless, before the group of the 13, the Lords of the Words that bind this great beast in this crazy city, these are power-hungry leaders and demigods. Before they can do anything, Mel kind of finishes revealing herself and kind of comes into the room fully with her entourage and leads them with her porcupine undead. Her frog guy's already been here, but he kind of takes up position next to her, and there are literal zombies that come in following her in, and everyone just it just builds in like, where am I looking? Where am I looking? Where do I look? Do I look here at the door? Oh my god, there's zombies, and like people are just taken over by this, and then there's obvious tension that arises because of Mel's connection with the Ninth House, former connection with the Ninth House, and uh, she kind of reveals her story, like tells what happened, like literally what happened. How did she get control of the seal? Take control as now becoming the Lady of the 12, and everyone is just kind of like, okay, like they take it for what it is for the most part, other than Xantha. Xantha has this anger and need to prove kind of validity of what's kind of going on, and he also has Garuld pressing on his daughter, so he's um, trying to take manipulation of this the situation. But before he can really get to that, Orcifor is kind of called out as being this unsafe leader as the 11th house from Mel's point of view of what she's seen, and obviously talking about Alucard and what has kind of occurred with him in her gaining of the ascension into the 12th house position. And with that, he kind of just threatens, like the Archmage does. He just kind of threatens that, like, yeah, I did that. What are you gonna do? Like, I now I control the strongest thing in the city because I have Alucard, and he was the only one that we know to has this magic that can do these things. So, what are you gonna do about it? Either you pay me for it or whatnot. And like at this point, Setch kind of, as people are murmuring, takes the opportunity to lead Thera forward to just provide more evidence about the 11th house and what they've been dealing, and that they and the 12th house, and like how the 9th house and 12th house and 11th house have taken advantage of what the 12th house was doing, and now that this is still occurring, then we need to all these situations. Killian gets pissed off at this point. He's like tired of fucking politics. He yells at the lords and ladies, and he's just like, okay, the people just need change. Just shut the fuck up, and we either need to throw you out or find someone better. We need to fuck this shit, right? The invasion is coming. The other houses and the beasts, they dominate, and it's just, and Birdman, steps forward, tries to calm and suggests that, okay, we need to find at least one piece because we just got this letter. Okay, that states the third house, who runs all the farms of the city, are going to shut them down if there's not peace found within the city. Agree with all this shit. That's all they want. Is just the city just needs to continue going about business, right, as normal. Otherwise, people are going to starve. So Birdman's like, okay, we need to find some peace. So Mel gave the truth. We believe it. We should just officially recognize her as the ritual was supposed to happen as the member of the 12th house. And then there's like some reminders that 13 years ago, the Drow didn't do this shit. There was just this weird subversion happened and everyone just kind of moved on. So it's like people are like, why are we still arguing about that part of things, right? And Anton is like, you're missing the point. I don't like this fucking idea. The second house, they took my seal. What the fuck are we going to do? The Platutu. Like, come on. His actions need to come from something. And nevertheless, everyone's just like, confused and pondering, and finally Birdman just brings out the papers, like, everyone just sign. And first house comes forward. He agrees reluctantly, but it's very obvious that Hybern and Killian, they exchange some words. There's some tension within the family, let alone that Hybern is making some political moves as he's leaving the room. Obviously making some choices to become closer allies, where the first house usually isn't that. The first house is kind of neutral for the most part. There's some choices made to show some strong connections to the 4th and 7th house and 9th house during their conversation during that conversation. The second house agrees, signs, and then waits with their entourage for Mel and the others to be done with the voting process, as they know they're in a kind of compromised position. And then they add, at this point, the message from the third house, and then a 13th messenger comes in, this grasshopper person, with a Rexani signature, saying, yes, I agree to these things. And just like a general reminder of like what the third house kind of was like, okay guys, we need to find something. 4th house signs, 5th goes down the line. All the way, and the only one that doesn't come up is Xantha from the 9th house eventually. Pio and Setch have a little. Pio basically like kicks Setch out of the 10th house with what has kind of occurred here. Like he knows something's going on. Someone told him something. They have a little exchange. Orcivore even signs. But Xantha is the last where there was one of the 4 moments where initiative was almost rolled. If he didn't roll a high enough intelligence or wisdom to actually realize that he'd probably die with all 8 of you against him. So but he's obviously outnumbered. He agrees to sign and he walks away. But there's obvious declarations silently and also verbally between the 9th and now 12th house, the new 12th house, about the future. And everyone knows they're going to be inadvertent, subverted, and clandestine kind of consequences because of what this peaceful agreement has kind of forced the houses to do. Nevertheless, Farwin and Birdman arrange to meet about 5 hours later. Farwin and Setch kind of have this threat towards each other against their houses as they represent, and then also their strength of Crystal Blade versus the Hounds of Shadow. The imagery was awesome. And then Garuld spends some time to investigate more about Thera and confirms that there's some sort of fiendish ancestry, that she was summoned here by the 12th house and has been used because of that ancestry. And then it also has the time to talk with the staff sergeant of the dwarves that was captured and learn about kind of the positions of powers that have changed in the last 100 years of the dwarven people that he comes from. And there's a General Ahathia who's kind of taking control as the new Hammer of Fate. And he's convinced one of the largest clans, the Half Stars, to kind of pursue this lust almost for
yes,
conquest towards the north. But you guys kind of agreed to break, get some rest, plan for some meetings and engagements kind of the following day. So we can play as if you all have had a long rest. I'm totally fine with that because most of you can be in this situation. But there are a couple solo scenes and a couple duo scenes we're gonna get to today, to be sure. I would like to start with that meeting as it's the most timely and therefore I think key to the narrative is that 5 hours later that Farwin and Szechuan and not Farwin and Birdman wanted to meet. And then we'll kind of go to the next day and we have Platutu to deal with. By the end of that next day, we have Farwin going to the 11th house to do some investigation on kind of the back end of what's been occurring, as well as to make some connections on Mel and Platutu himself. We have Mel, when Jenny can get here, carousing and trying to gain some more influence within the city. And then Killian is playing Protector at Mel's apartment.
I have plans.
And Setch, hopefully when Vedwin can get here, is also making stronger contacts, taking them from Pio. Like he's trying to politically. Yeah, he's got a political move, but he did make a threat towards the 8th house, so there is some tension towards them because the 8th house was kind of gunning for Mel. Politically, that never came of anything, so no one's quite sure how the 8th house will handle that. They're generally Veer is a lawful, neutral person. He's not really too extreme on things most of the time either. So you generally won't expect something from him, but that doesn't mean one of his underlings or something want to do something to such. But that's kind of like something that you guys, most of you wouldn't even be aware of, I think. So, nevertheless, narratives to keep track of. It helps me to say them aloud. And we are going to go then first to what I have called well, we're on the big map first. All right, down here in the Sages Row. Okay,
Oh, I'm going down there. Okay.
Oh God.
it is the southern part of the city is the most neutral places that you will find.
All right. So if Farwin is leaving the Beast Crown as he leaves, because I believe very few people know of his existence, and he kind of likes to keep it that way. So, typical heavy cloak over face. His wizard noble outfit is going to look more like draped cloaks. Like that typical guy sitting in the corner of a tavern that has a quest for you. That's the kind of drip he's kind of rocking right now.
Okay.
Shit, brother, I've been rocking that drip for the whole fucking campaign.
Some quest giver drip.
Quest giver drip.
In the eastern part of Sages Row, down the testing field kind of avenue where many of the wizards, probably even yourself at some point, have come to, like, hey, I got new Shadow of Madness. I don't know how this works. Okay. Or I'm going to summon a demon. Meteor Storm.
My name is Carrion Garal, and I am here to destroy your family.
Yes.
My friends.
Carrion
Kevin's here.
I brought my whole crew with me. Step up.
But there is a shop down here called Second and Bits, but next to Second and Bits is a tavern called Thirds, that is ran by a where did I put it? Ran by a group of coleoptids that do have affiliation with the third house, but they are relatively neutral, as the third house is neutral, which is also probably one of the reasons why you guys chose this spot, is because the third house is the only one that's explicitly said that we're neutral in this whole kind of dealing for things. So you have some sort of comfort, I think, with that idea. And the coleoptids, as long as you pay them and don't clean up after yourself, you're fine.
I'm a friend to the coleoptids.
Yes, I'm sure you have gotten a few out of jail for stealing or
Grimdark,
digging up
definitely.
bodies that are inappropriate, or magic items that they think are theirs that, like, I don't know, like, coleoptids are fucking weird. The weirdest things you can possibly do, they've done that. Like, this is
They made dude the first the soup occurrence was made by a coleoptid. The first one.
Yes, they're the ones that made the
made
soup.
me a soup out of a man.
Yes,
Man
and yes, I
Out of a rat.
out of a rat. It was a rat. And you will notice once you get on this map, there are no rats in this tavern. For obvious reason.
All the rats. I kick open the door of the saloon, and all the rats in the room just scatter.
Okay. I put Gara ruled on this map because I thought he was going to be here. If anyone else wants to drop your token so you can see, you're more than welcome. I doubt any combat will happen, but you guys are you. You could, I don't know. You always surprise me. But you guys can decide who arrives and when within these 5 hours if you want to do any preparation or anything. And you can place yourselves where you want. Carrying Carl.
Just there to say hi.
Carrying Carl hangs out at Thirds. No one knew.
I teleport him into the
Carl
city to
definitely hangs out at
Thirds.
Thirds.
And I imagine Thirds is known to serve odd things. Like, if you notice where they were on the city map, they're at the end near the Trundle sluice gates, where most of the blood and nasty runoff is. Like, be careful what you drink.
Thirds is a dive bar for sure.
It is a dive bar for sure.
Thirds is like, I went to the Double Down literally the other day, and that's what I imagine Thirds probably looks like right now. It's like a fucking room. It's just like a 10 by 10 room.
Yeah, and they have rooms upstairs, but imagine like living in multiple words come to me. Lockers, things that like are put on the giant boats, the big metal things. That we place things in. I can't think of the words.
Oh, like when they give you a private room on like a bus.
Yeah, basically. Like
Mm.
imagine that, but like imagine them like smaller and stuff. Like someone like cut out part of a room and like stacked a bunch of cardboard boxes so different coleoptids can have rooms. And then like
God.
and then like another room is like here's the room for mice people. Or like here's the room for people that want to fly. This window's the biggest so you can escape the most, like it's different. Yeah.
Has real shelter vibes to me, which is cool. Like,
All right.
oh yeah.
As far as buffs, every day Farwan does this to himself.
I thought you said this restaurant was supposed to be fancy.
We met at the middle. I don't dine here.
Ah, I love this place.
Sorry,
I love
my
this place.
alarm
They always
didn't
put a
go
little
off.
extra blood in
I
my
knew
soup.
it.
Well,
You're good,
if you
Jacob.
want to eat something, usually I get stipends in the stage, well, through the Beast Crown, but this is out of the way. I will cover up to 50 gold worth of food. No more.
Oh, you don't have to worry about that. They won't take your money
I
here.
I think the other thing I should add, this place is known to have some of the best food though in the city.
Yeah, I
Like-
was gonna.
Like
I think I definitely know that. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, they're not gonna take your money here, and then I just like fling a piece of my food at someone across the room.
three
Like-
three coleoptids come out and separate it into its respective parts to go take it away.
Yeah.
He'll say in Elvish, loathsome dung beetles.
Hey, we should go.
This is a
like,
surprisingly clean place though, you'll notice. Like they're
Yes.
fastidious about putting their shit where they want the shit to be. So
No one seems to be taking that table over there.
Okay. So let's go sit down at that table over there. And then we do. Who is there anybody important here? Or is it just a bunch of dudes? Like they're just like, what's up?
roll history or investigation check.
Oh no.
Should I be looking out for important people?
If you want to, yeah, you can roll
You know,
history.
it makes sense. I definitely want to make sure that I'm as inconspicuous as possible. You said history or investigation?
Mm-hmm.
I fucking suck at those.
Whatever you do, I'll do the opposite.
Brandon, your favorite terrain urban thing comes into play here.
Oh, nice. Actually, I don't think it does because I'm not proficient in investigation, so
Oh yeah, well, there you
it's all good.
go. The DC for one of them was 10, the other one was 20. Okay, so 10
You're not
for
going to tell us which.
Yeah, no. Brandon. Well, I'll reveal
nice.
this because Brandon knows this person.
Hey.
They are hanging out with another person that you think you recognize, but you're not exactly sure. They're just hanging out, like it's obvious. But this is Indiggy, who is a Trokill hummingbird person, who helped you guys months ago out of game, but barely only 20 days ago, so in game. With the matron mother and like going down in the depths of the 12th house. And whatnot. So and then everyone else is just people. Except hey, there's Farum right there. But never mind. And the bartender has a reputation for taking in odd things of flesh. That's what you know with your 10.
Oh god.
Like they don't usually serve what they take in, but they have there's a rumor that they've like taken bodies and things.
I was just like
Yeah,
one of the first places I had rat soup. Let's go. It's
probably.
like, damn, that rat soup was really good. dude.
With your 20 plus, you know all of those things, and you also know this guy who Indiggy is sitting with, this Squamata man, is one of Xantha's bodyguards. It's like off duty, obviously. So he would like report directly to Xantha. Like he's one of his like meat shields if he needs one. Everyone else is just random people that are here, and most of them, good number of them, are bug people in here for the most part, as you can see. And the ones near where Ferrum has positioned himself, he is a bard, so it would make sense. There is a group of coleopted bards that are like playing music and things, and entertaining the crowd. What do you do?
Rather quaint establishments, but the atmosphere is not unpleasant. Well,
Hi, yeah, I should take you to Gothmark, 'cause that place is
I much prefer the Evening Swan. The decal is rather interesting. It's a swan with a cooking knife in its mouth. They specialize in lots of rare imported meats from.
okay.
I would like to say, maybe to reinforce why I changed the map again, because I forgot about that, but nevertheless, Birdman, you know the swan that he's talking about is currently right now Hibernian of the first house, is like treating guests from out of town that are like his cousins and uncles and things. There's like a big throng of more wolves than normal that have come in the city in the last 12 hours.
I don't go to the Swan. That's a he like looks around, he goes, that's where the cops hang out. So I don't like to go there.
Hmm.
But the cops ain't gonna come in here.
Oh no. But as long as you know someone of the law, you tend to be able to skirt some annoying bureaucratic walls in your way. From my experience, at least. But once again, I'm requesting that we speak within the theater of the mind. Do you
Sure,
accept
man.
my invitation? Good.
Oh yeah, dude.
Alright, then I will subtle spell telepathic bond.
Okay.
I'm surprised you didn't test the line this time.
What?
Wasn't this the part where you usually test the line?
What?
Okay, good.
It works.
Testing 1 2 microphone
both
check
the-
1 2.
both of you get 2 inspiration points.
Let's go.
Nice.
Microphone check 1 2. Hello. Can you hear me? The dusty, crusty, musty, smusty, smushy.
I can
Cushy,
hear
cushy.
you loud and clear.
Okay, good. Balls, dicks, balls.
The little bit of that eye twitch comes back.
Yeah. It's I'm calmly drinking my drink. Balls, dicks, balls, dicks, balls.
Well, I was going to get down to some matters, but perhaps I should address some things. You said you became an elf rather recently, and you've
Yep.
had minimal experience with the reverie, or a trance.
Yeah. Wait, that's what you call it?
Those moments in the days where you find yourself lost in thoughts. The reverie is a means, given our extended lives and unique circumstances, to replay events that have transpired, not only in our lives with perfect clarity, but even lives that we have lived in the past. Those moments in our reverie can be as fleeting as a few seconds to as long as years, depending on the experience.
The music gets really lively as that goes on in the background.
It's why such experiences like these should be captured with every second, because you never know when you'll be in this moment once again.
Zosk and Indiki get up to dance.
Look over at the table. I just have like my beer. Like I'm just chugging my beer. Like what? What are you talking about over there? Are you talking about that thing where I like black out for multitude of hours? Or it's pretty weird, dude. I keep waking up on the floor cross-legged with like symbols drawn around me and shit. It's really starting to get concerning.
Well, the nature of
Um,
these symbols, I will ask at another point, but how do you rest yourself?
I sleep. I try to sleep. And then I wake up with Eros was here tattooed into my chest. That was weird. It was weird.
This Eros. What is this
Yeah.
Eros? Wait, the woman. As it kind of recalls him downloading your mind pretty much. Yes.
Wouldn't download a mine.
You wouldn't download a mind.
Yeah, but it's when you bring it up though, it like the conversation like shifts. It goes from like hey, yeah, we're having a nice gray conversation. Like if you're looking at a mood ring, it's like we're looking at a nice gray, like yeah, neutral color. I'm just sitting here drinking, yelling dicks and balls at you. But then it's really sad when you bring up like Eros. Yeah.
Your bond is rather interesting.
Yeah.
Cherish these moments. I implore you to enjoy every moment you have with this ally of yours. Fill it with as much pleasant memories as you can. People change. A year, a decade, a century. What would you have in 500 years? The legacy and memories your allies leave behind. That is, unless you are allies with someone of myself, or another elf, perhaps.
Are you telling me that I'm gonna live for 500 years?
You have that potential.
That's a long fucking time, dude.
Birdman, I would like you to roll a sanity save.
Yeah.
As you begin to understand what your life is.
Whoa, bro. You know what's crazy? I actually failed that.
You fail, yes, you fail.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's funny. All right, you lose one sanity
Hey!
as you realize that you're gonna live longer than everyone you know.
What?
Like if this is true, like
fuck?
everyone you know, everyone in this room will be dead. Other than maybe even Falwyn. Falwyn, you're not sure how old he is. It's
Yeah,
hard
I'm
to
still
tell.
working on that, but
You're working on that.
How old are you, dude?
I am over 8 centuries.
Oh my god! Like looks at his hands.
At
My
least,
god!
with your age, you tend to retain your beauty. So it looks, for the most part, you have not aged a day.
You look at me. The camera pans to my ugly ass face. My disheveled looking face. Yeah, dude. You keep your beauty. Like a boat noise, like the Cartoon Network boat noise.
Yeah.
Wah, wah.
Ah,
There it is.
SpongeBob ass movement.
800 years is a long time.
What will you have then, Mark?
think first, think.
Eros will definitely be dead.
Oh
Before you reach
god.
Uh,
Damn.
But,
That's pretty crazy.
well, it seems in your transition, you need someone to at least explain these things to you. And I would love to be that person to at least have the transition be seamless if I could. I even am willing to give you a nice Zambutan for making your reveries much more comfortable.
Now hold up, bro, Chacho. What the hell is that? I don't want you giving me some random object that I don't know about.
Ah, well,
I just learned this language like a week ago, and I don't even know. I don't even remember studying for the test. So
think of it as a rather large pillow. Comfortable silk. I could arrange for it to have some arm stands and an ergonomic backrest. Where shall I deliver it? I'll even deliver it in hand person if you would prefer.
what am I gonna do with it?
You sit on it, and when you engage in your reveries, perhaps with assistance with your herbs that you like to imbibe so much.
They help.
It's a pillow. What do you do with a pillow?
I didn't use a pillow. I slept in a coffin.
Like,
You tell me that.
Yeah,
You sleep in a what?
I don't tell you that. I just say, I just look at you like, oh yeah, dude. I don't know how to use a pillow.
No, that's
Every option or opportunity I've had to sleep has either been in a tree, in a back alley, like in a cardboard box, or in like a double wide coffin that I stole
That I
from someone.
stole.
with arrows.
A double wide coffin. You just get glimpses of the double wide coffin. I think. Like, man, I missed that coffin.
Miss a coffin.
Not
Farm
just
kind
any
of.
coffin.
And then he probably would also see imagery then of Adira. Then
It was the most comfortable coffin I ever slept in.
I see.
Yeah,
I'd
and
still
then, yeah,
offer
and
this
then yeah,
gift.
you would get, and then probably the glimpses of like Adira and us standing there looking at it, getting buried into the ground.
yep, a burial of some drow child and a badger man like performing a ritual to do it, and then another badger man that looks the size of, I don't know, like one of the giants that walks, like one of the giant people that walks in the city, like I don't know, Farum. Like he looks like a big robot, but he's a badger and like but furry and what? Yeah.
What?
What?
That's how we
was
describe
a
him now.
That was a way to describe him.
Yes. like by this point at the level
He
that
looks
you're
like a
at, like
robot.
you look like a weird primordial that's related almost to like some ancient beast
Yeah, bro, he's
that's
a
like
badger with
made from
horns.
like rock and earth and other things, and you know, like your tail is like literally like earth almost is what it's made of now.
It's like a fucking Ankylosaurus tail.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Well,
That's
perhaps
so
give
sick.
this pillow a chance. Where would you like for me to deliver to you?
That's a good question. You could probably just send it to my office.
Yeah, where has Birdman been sleeping lately?
I do not know.
Because
No.
your
Please
apartment
don't
has been
want
kind
to.
of condemned by the first house.
Oh.
Yeah, but I can Eminem it and break into my apartment and
That's
sleep there.
true.
I don't care.
I
I wonder if man, what's her name has been sleeping there. God, I can't
Cotton?
remember her name off the top of my head. Well,
Cotton?
Cotton too, but like
Leandra is around.
Leandra.
Leandra is around. But Leandra's... You're gonna have to search to find her.
Oh god.
She's a rogue, and her as a level 6 rogue that she is now. Her stealth is decent.
Oh, she's getting good, but not as good as me. But yeah, I'm like, yeah, I guess you're gonna send it to my. So wait, what am I gonna use this pillow for?
Again, you can use it to rest upon. Made of comfortable silk. If you prefer to sleep or rest in a upright position, I can arrange for a backrest. If you prefer your arms not to be in the way, there could be some armrest attached to it.
What? There
Let's
seems to be levels to this blacking out thing. You seem pretty versed in all this stuff, man. 800 years around the rock, that'll get you there, I guess.
800 years.
But you don't have a wrinkle on you. He's like in your face.
Yeah, Farmer kind of starts backing away, and he's like, "Thank you, thank you." He really doesn't want you looking close into his face.
Looking at you like.
You'll probably notice there's some makeup on his face.
I probably touch your face or try to touch your face. Like at least it was like there's not a single wrinkle on here. What the hell is up with
Do
that?
not touch. The foundation is hard as is.
Oh, okay. Are you wearing makeup? I like lick it. Like, like, did you say foundation? Anyway, why are we here? Okay. Waiting on soup. And then he just screams out loud, "Anybody got any soup in this place?"
Oh, someone's up there!
Let's go.
A little coleoptid person buzzes over. They're
Jesus, mother of fuck! That's not a coleoptid. That's a goddamn mid-game level boss.
Looks like that weird race from like Mass Effect.
Damn, bro.
He looks like the type of shit you would find in a
is
Souls
this
like
thing?
at the end of a dungeon.
At the beginning of a dungeon, bro, he looks like the guy. Like they give like a spear.
I can basically see its health buff.
This little lady gives you all of those
The
vibes.
lady?
Yes.
I can already hear boss music. What the fuck?
That's the lady.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da.
Exactly, that's literally what I was thinking.
Me with my bow build about to fight the Chad boss.
So, what do you want? We got
Build.
all sorts of soup. I heard soup, right? I've
Yes.
got some rat soup. It's a new hot favorite. Even the dwarves like it. I got some broccoli soup. For those vegetarians. And then I got I got chicken noodle soup. Because
Tarrasque noodle soup, damn.
Yeah.
So good.
yeah, Tarrasque noodle soup. Yeah. Made from the giblets. We get once a month one of the cuts from the left kidney. The one that grows better, because the right one we all know, like 100 years, like kind of failed.
It's got a pretty big stone in there, I think. They're still trying to cut it out. Yeah. So, what's in the rat soup? I'm asking for a friend.
Well, it's not ratus, if that's what you're saying.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
No, we have a
Old
standard
X.
here.
Whole
Yeah.
But yeah, it's the forest rats about
Yeah, I was gonna say, can we
100
all,
miles
roll
south,
an
100 miles
inside
to the north. If you want to roll an insight check.
Insight
I
check.
check.
Sure.
This
DC
one
the
does
DC
get
the DC is 15, so okay. It is probably made from not only Ratus but any other body part that they can find.
Hell yes.
So who knows? Maybe there might even be a cat in there. Who knows?
So I'm like, so Birdman looks at this lady, and she's like, it's not Ratus if that's what you're thinking. No, I would never presume to think that that's what we do here. So you guys said you have Tarrasque noodle soup. What's in that?
Well, we got, like I said,
No, I'm just kidding. I want the rat soup. I don't give a fuck about that. I want the rat soup. Give me that shit.
That's right. That's
Yeah.
right. All right. That's right. That's right. Okay. All right. You, and then you.
Damn.
Damn, indeed.
I need something salty today, man. It's been a day,
All right. You, blue hair. What do you want?
Do I need to roll a sanity check for this?
You.
Is this repeated exposure?
I didn't ask him to roll a sanity save. He rolled it himself. So
Is this
It
repeated
makes sense.
exposure? I had to roll it the last time I ate rat soup, but it was all good. So repeated.
But now you're
exposure.
detached.
Well,
right?
since then you have made Umber Hulk soup and boiled it with weed.
Oh yeah, dude, this is definitely a disgust.
You guys, let alone what you guys did to the Gorgons and the genitalia. So
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care. I love that the physical that's crazy. The physical atrocities of literally eating other living beings. I don't give a shit about that. But the fact that I'm gonna live for 500 years, that shit really sits with me, man.
Look,
The city is
Eating-
called.
Basically immortal. That shit sits with
eating a sentient, self-aware, intelligent creature, that's fine. Realizing that you're going to outlive your best friend,
I just know Birdman's motivations by this point. This is the thing. By this point, I know Birdman cares more about losing his friends than about eating something weird. After living in the city for as long as you've lived in the city, Farwin obviously goes out of his way to spend money on things that don't taste like Tarask or shit.
That's why I just told him, like, nah, they're not gonna accept your money here, bro. As long as you just eat the soup that they give you, like, you don't have to pay for shit.
You are definitely being judged, Farwin, by your answer here, which he asks you yet again. What do you want? Of the 3 soups.
I will have the vegetable soup and the chicken noodle soup.
Okay, we call it chicken, but it's really Tarask.
Another one.
Birdman looks at you like, I told you.
Oh my goodness.
Because he has gone so far not to eat Tarask meat.
But it's so good.
Oh my.
Oh goodness.
dear gods. Dear God.
You're now in the
Is this
negative.
the beginning of your Joker arc? Am I Batman? Am I doing it?
This man just lost 7 sanity in just 1 minute.
Oh goodness. Oh goodness. Oh, you're not a negative yet. I thought you were
Not
negative.
yet.
Okay.
Oh my god. He just goes off on me like, bro, relax. It's fine. It's not that big of a deal.
Sweat
They
is dripping down his
they
face.
judge you because the vegetable soup is obviously the one that no one orders, so they have to have more work to like prepare it. And you question whether or not how fresh the vegetables are going to be, and whether or not what they put in there will really be a vegetable, or they're just saying, "Yeah, it's a tomato, right?"
Damn, you're lost, bro. My shit's gonna be out here like 15 minutes before yours, man. I'm gonna be already like 2 plates in before you're done, before you get your
Exactly.
nasty broccoli.
Well,
Enjoy.
he'll get the Tarask noodle soup, and the noodles are made from Tarask bone marrow, so
Nice.
they're extra tasty.
That's inventive.
Very.
It's so bad for you.
But
It's
it
probably
tastes good.
delicious.
It tastes good. So yeah, eventually your food will come out, and they'll just like place it on the table and kind of buzz off as they give extra looks to Farwin about the vegetable soup, and it looks like vegetables. Whether
Should I judge the quality?
you can roll a, if you have cooking, you can roll a cooking check. Otherwise, I think perception makes sense.
Fallen, just sweating like a Key and Peele skit.
There,
Like somebody poured a water bottle on his head.
it's like they cut up different like consistencies of bread and then like baked them and then threw them in there and then like took some onions and chopped it up and threw it in there, and then like there's a big chunk of squash, and then you're pretty sure the broth is the same broth from the Tarask soup, so it like defeats the entire point of it being vegetarian. So but other than that, it smells really good. Like, it does smell really good. Like, you're pretty sure it's going to taste amazing, but it does not look appetizing at all.
Is it a whole ass squash? Not even like chopped or anything. It's just
Like, I want to,
whole
like, the squash is the bowl, we'll say. The
It's like
squash
they
is the
cubed.
bowl.
I was like, I thought this like they cubed squash and like they didn't even cook
No,
it or render
like,
it, so
before
it's just,
they,
hard.
like,
Ugh.
yeah.
Oh, they like didn't even. They just like cubed a squash, but we're like, we don't have time to sit here and watch this boil. We're just gonna throw it.
We watched it boil for 30 seconds. We're like, it's not cooked yet. Well, get it out there. We got paid.
It's like crunchy. Oh my god. That's so gross.
I will.
And then
go.
And then the rat soup basically looks like a cheeseburger soup or something like that.
It looks so good. I fucking slammed that shit down, bro. No hezzy, bro.
And you guys, it'll be 5 silver, and you get a drink with your stuff. Both of you.
Oh yeah.
They can't mess up water. Please tell me they can't mess up water.
Oh,
Water, water. No, they'll charge you for water. You get a free ale. They will charge you for water.
You know what? I'll take the ale. I'll take the
Free
ale.
alky.
They give you free alcohol, but water. No,
Yeah.
water's more expensive than booze in the city.
5
But Paradise.
silver
Yeah,
acquired.
I forget which section of the city I'm in.
Yeah.
And actually, if that nice Dark Souls boss ever comes back over here, I just give her a gold instead of I pay her the 5 silver and then give her a gold also.
Okay, she'll gladly take it. There is when she takes the gold from you when you're like handing it to her like it's one piece. She like takes it like, and she's a tiny creature, right? So like she's like the size of like a thermos almost. Like she's relatively small. Like a foot and a half or so tall. So her hands, quote unquote, her little feelers, whatnot on her hands are like, probably the size of your fingers almost. And in some ways, and like 2 of those like grope one of your fingers in such a way that make like put a chill down your spine. Like you're like there's something about her touch that is off-putting, and then your previous insight check I think is high enough to recognize that it reminds you of Mel.
Oh no.
So you're like you know that beyond Mel there is further proof of undeath existing in the city because of the Tarask, like allowing a balance of it to kind of almost exist to where they're not running around as lone. Like that's I think what the city assumes, other than just Ike and Arrow like restructuring everything. But yeah, it's a cold touch. She will give your food, and then you guys. Is there anything else you want to do with the scene?
I mean, I'm waiting for Geralt if he is here to come over. I'm sure he won't.
He's
I don't know
not.
if I've noticed that he's here or not.
No, you guys. You guys literally like you guys have been here for 30 minutes or so, and Geralt hasn't shown up yet.
All right. So then all right. Well, bomb ass soup aside, bro, we got to get to business here cuz I'm pretty sure you're a busy man. I'm a busy man. I got to go get accosted. You know how it goes. I have to almost die on a regular basis. I'm out here in these streets, you know what I'm saying? So
Yes,
I got
you are
stuff I got
very
to do.
busy, and you live a
Yeah.
rather exciting and dangerous life.
And then I sip my fucking hamburger helper that I in this bowl.
Well, first, I wanted to thank you for what you said earlier. We have to trust each other, given our occupations and our positions. I was wondering, and why it's very important why we speak in the mind only. I have a means of ensuring that people cannot find me with magical aids. And the reason why we speak in the mind is that, on surface, if someone uses mundane means to track me, it looks like a typical conversation. But words do not leave our mouths, they only enter our minds so that we can exchange secrets. So even if our presences are seen, there's very minimal that can be grasped.
Right.
My first question, again, sort of related to your long lifespan. Can you imagine the city with or without its Binderlords in power?
Oh shit.
Do not misconstrue my intentions or meanings, but a thought experiment. If the city were to change, how could it change?
Can I roll a stealth check to not think about writing more letters?
I'm not sure it would be stealth, but maybe like in like a wisdom check, like insight or something.
God, okay. Oh yes.
Since
I
it's
don't
like
know this.
it's like a mental diversion you want to give.
Yeah, I don't know this man. So let's go.
Insight. Hmm.
I have to trick my
So,
brain into
you
not thinking about it.
Yeah.
Yes. He says, he's like, yeah. Well, I could see a world where there are no Binderlords, but I don't see a world where that works out for anybody.
Hmm. And how would you believe it would not work out?
Well, because the Durask would wake up and it would kill everyone, so...
Precisely. This city is shackled its destiny due to the machinations of a beast.
And so you're implying that you would let this beast run rampant across the wildlands, or...
No. If the city were to be free of the Tarask, it would need a major rehauling in how it appeases the beast, how it changes the beast, or how it sees the beast. This beast shackles the city as the city shackles it. With these words of power, that is the means of making sure the beast is shackled, but the words of power have led to this oligarchy that I benefit from.
and Birdman benefits from.
There are
So,
people that request that the city be changed. There are words. There are dialogues. A I forget the term, but yeah, and this is me forgetting the term, not Farwin, but I'll just go by to act by the people, of the people, for the people. But the sad reality is that the people are retrograde. Common sense is lost on the common person. And many such peoples, especially in the city, do not live long enough to see history repeat itself, so they are prone to repeating the same mistakes. I definitely believe the city can change, but to say that the Binderlords need to be swapped or changed itself or dismantled is not something we can consider at this point in time, I believe. I do believe it's possible, but the words of power would have to be out of the control of the Binderlords, and those who occupy that word of power would need to live a rather ascetic lifestyle to ensure that the beast still remains chained while the city can separate its destiny from it. But that will not happen.
but wouldn't that mean that nothing mattered in the first place?
Possibly.
But if nothing matters in the first place, then what are we even living for?
Well, if
You
nothing
know?
matters, you are what makes life matter. You can do anything, or you can do nothing.
Oh, I mean, it sounds like you want to, let the dog off the leash, but
It would be
unfortunately,
interesting, but it would not be
unfortunately,
wise. And
one
I
of the
would lose out.
leashes is your boss.
Again, do
So,
not misconstrue. I'm simply uttering a thought experiment, but such thought experiments cannot be freely spoken.
mm,
But I was curious on your stance on these things.
it just, you know, what, what am I to say? I've seen people come, go, small people, tall people. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what you do. The whole of the city ain't gonna fucking change. This place has always been a shit place to live. But that's why I love it. So, I guess if the Binderlords want to kill themselves or kill each other, that's not my problem. Only problem is what happens afterwards? What happens after we all decide that the city wasn't worth it? Whatever. What happens when we all wake up in the morning and we have to worry about not having a place to sleep
And that assumes that there are actions in place to upend all of this.
Nice
and
try,
to
bro. Who do you think writes the laws around here, man?
And you can control people who write said laws, influence them, because
You
they are
could.
mortal. Whatever new regime occurs, I always want to ensure that I benefit from it. There could be a policy where the people get what they want, they could be in control, the oligarchy still stands. But no matter
Right.
what, I want to ensure that I do not sacrifice any of the luxuries I currently enjoy. I was hoping that if you were privy of such plots or actions, that we could steer it towards a proper course. After all, what will you have in 500 years?
I don't know what I'm gonna have in 500 years, but I can tell that after 800 years, you still don't know what's going on.
After all, I wasn't in this city for 800 years. I wasn't even
Well,
in here for 200.
then let me pass some knowledge on to you. All of that luxury that you're maintaining, that you want to maintain, you left that shit at the door. You're in the jungle now. There ain't no luxury around here, buddy.
So long as there are people, and so long that there is a society, there will always be those who benefit from those who work hard, from those who will find themselves greater, from those who seek to make things better. There will always be some sort of hierarchy. Allow me, young soul, if I could perhaps share. If only you were there. I had the pleasure of knowing a brilliant man who devoted his soul to a cause he truly believed in.
Oh god, here we go.
uh,
God, here we go. I fucking swear. Okay.
You seem bored.
No. I'm really interested in your tale of this man who changed your life so much that you have to tell me about him in this shitty bar while we're eating people soup. I
And
mean, not people soup.
perhaps it'll be a story for another day.
I was excited.
Well, that was one thing. Another thing. Is Patutu.
Yeah.
There are whispers on Patutu, but what are your thoughts on his actions so far?
It doesn't matter what he did, he's gonna die. Doesn't matter what he's doing, where he's at, he's gonna die.
And you don't intend on
He's
saving
dead.
him?
Nope.
Well,
Nope.
that summarizes that. And a third question.
Because at the end of the day, he has to pay for whatever he did, and I can guarantee you that you should probably know better than anyone that your employer's cousin ain't gonna let him live. So
Oh, I am well aware.
even if he does go to the stage course and get penance and legally pressed for the taking of the binds and stuff, it ain't gonna matter. She's gonna end up another slab in the street. Probably gonna end up another rat in this soup. Frog in this soup. Actually, I didn't think about that. I wonder if they're edible. Do you think I could eat the Platoon too? Do you think he'd be mad if I ate him? Like some sort of
What does
life
it matter if his life is expired?
Thank you. That's what I'm saying. I'm gonna live for 500 years. What the fuck do I care, you know?
Birdman's in your travels east of here. You know frog legs are a delicacy.
Oh. Kind of scary, but okay. So, I guess the question I have for you is, how do you plan on not waking up that thing in the middle of our flourishing and very, very clean city?
When I came to this city, I had with me, upon allying myself with Okafor, a thought experiment, so to speak. I wondered if a city such as this was even capable of seeing a semblance of positive radical reformation. Where I am from, and, well, you're probably not familiar with the boy. There is another elf in Okafor's throne, one far younger, but very powerful in the arcane, who also hailed from the same land I was from. Again, if you were there, those wars of the ancients, the Dwarven Confederacy and the Elven Empire in its halcyon days. We tried to restore those days in our own little circle, but it wasn't possible. And all that was left was a perversion of what we once were. Again, a story for another day. But I wondered if such a glorious civilization that I had hailed from could be so debased, and other societies can also fall from their grace. Is it even possible to reform it? And so this city, with its peculiar circumstance, I wondered, is it even possible for such reformation? If not, then I enjoy myself as I did in that society that I hailed from, in a position of privilege. But if there can be positive change, well, I'd like to see that come to fruition. But again, ensuring that I do not sacrifice any of my luxuries.
Well,
Perhaps
when
some
I came
sacrifice.
here, and then you see like the images, like I'm imagining I'm seeing like the images that you're talking about because we're speaking in your mind. So we're always seeing flashes and stuff, or at least that's how me and Eros used to do it. And if that's not how you're doing it, you're a nerd. So, but then you would see flashes of like when I came here, or let me, you talk about the corruption of these old wars and all that stuff. But honestly, man, let me tell you something. I don't vibe with elves. I haven't been an elf. And then you see just a first person perspective of probably suddenly just getting hit by some blast of red light and two elvish adults. And then me waking up like in the woods. Looking at my hands and they're all covered in feathers and they're crinkly and gross and
You got a beak that's in your way of looking at everything too.
yeah. So you'd probably see like a flash of red light and then me growing a beak, which is really fucking concerning. Basically, when I came to this city, I was a discarded, disgusting piece of trash. And I am now still a disgusting, discarded piece of trash.
And with that,
But I make this life for other disgusting, discarded pieces of trash like me better. So
discarded.
that they don't have to leave or live like I lived. Because nobody wants to live how I lived. Nobody wants to be treated like garbage. And why the fuck would anybody want to live for 500 years? too long, man.
I like to imagine that there are in those flashbacks memories of looking at as they're entering the city, memories of like looking at arrows beaming and smiling. This is what's in my head.
If
That
you want to
Birdman sees.
if you want to reform this city, you could reform this city, but you're gonna have to turn a lot of heads to do it. So
Ron kind of steeples his hands. It would take a lot of effort, as energy does not act unless it is given something to be pushed. Otherwise, it is nothing but stationary. Again, I was hoping that your associations with Mel, she said she wanted to see the binds protected. But does she only see stability, or is she acting to create some sort of change? Or now that Mel is Binderlord, you no longer are associated with her?
he thinks about it. I don't know. I don't know what's gonna happen. All I know is I'm riding a wave. I'm having a damn good time doing it. So you should too.
Oh, of
Ride
course
the
I'm
wave,
enjoying.
man.
What is the point of gaining power and amassing wealth if you cannot use it to enjoy the finer things in life? Of course you must enjoy your recreation. But if there are means that you can, perhaps, control to the betterment of the world, given our long lifespan, is it not our right, our duty? As we are perhaps one of the few who can learn from history, because we have witnessed it.
Yeah, okay, so here's those files that you asked for. I gotta go. I have a lot to think about. The long lifespan and all that stuff. Uh, yeah, if we ever want to do this again, don't call me. I I have learned a lot of things today. Uh,
Hmm.
but
Did I? Farm kind of raised his hand. Did I? Well, you have learned a lot. I apologize if what I've shared with you was a bit discomforting.
no, it's not that. It's that I have to pee. I have to pee so bad.
Well, once again, I am thankful for the lengths you go through to ensure that the 11th house and the 10th house do not get unraveled in such troubling politics in the city. And we may still ask of you. But I, outside of my allegiances with the 11th house, would like to ask of you to ensure that, given your long life, that you live the way you want to. And do not forget about Farwin in those years.
When elves die, do you guys come back as like spirits? Like, can I see you? Can I see other dead elves?
Farwin just smiles. And he kind of shares with you a flash. Well, I guess since we're kind of doing that whole flashback of, like, what happens in our past. Because you said you wanted to see what happens when elves die.
Yeah.
You
What
see
happens?
an aspect of. Trying to describe it.
Yeah, God, what happens when elves die? Where do they go? What happens?
You'll see. I want to say you probably see. Maybe not that memory, but this one will probably make a more visceral memory of what looks like a first-person view of Farwyn killing elves. Like you see him brandishing a scarlet sunblade, just violently killing elves and laughing maniacally.
And I
He's
would
fucking
say,
visual.
as far as you can tell from that imagery, elves die like any other creature.
Oh shit.
It's just they are fortunate enough or unfortunate enough to live a lot longer.
Mhm.
The afterlife is. I don't even know if. I think Falwyn would have an idea, maybe, with his studies of some of the afterlife of elves, but um, the thing that he would have no concept of understanding right now is what Iconero has done to all that.
Mhm.
So,
All right. Well, on that note, I'm gonna go find Pet Detective. He's probably had a day. He's been watching the second house frog people. Why am I still hungry?
You didn't take your soup to go.
Right. He picks up his soup and he Naruto runs out the door
with the super.
with the soup in my hands.
Okay.
Perfect 45-degree parallel to the ground.
I wonder what will happen in the coming days. Farwyn kind of thinks to himself. And then, to kind of add spice to life, then he kind of diverges, and I start to send to Ferrum. So, with Ferrum, I guess Ferrum will hear in his head, Ferrum Starlets. There's reason to believe Platutu spearheading a plot to incite discord and rebellion. This cannot be allowed to occur in the midst of invasion. I think that's 25. So I'll send another one. Platutu has become a problem as of late. I could use your expertise in eliminating him. Can you accomplish this task?
Standing back. I am more than capable of accomplishing this task. Do you have the general location of Platutu?
Another sending. I will work on finding his location to make it easy. Deal with any Renas who ally themselves with Platutu. Good hunting, Sentinel.
Good. In the meantime, I shall make an attempt to locate him myself. And I cast Locate Creature.
Hey.
Good.
Where? Okay, let's go to the city map.
I was gonna
Where?
say, for
Where is
flavor
Ferrum
team.
right now? Because it's 1,000 feet. So, that's important. Where is Ferrum when he first cast the spell?
Say pretty much center of the city would make sense. 1,000 feet in all directions.
Oops.
Okay, so you get the sending, and then you would go to the center of the city, and then cast Locate Creature.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I know how I could do this. Linger. Ta-da. Okay. And this is in the evening, early morning. This is like, You said 5, so this was 5 hours after midnight, so this is like 6 a.m., almost 6 a.m. in the morning when Ferrum gets this. Okay, I need to roll a d100.
Running down the street. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I think he fucking knows. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I feel it in my toes. Oh fuck. Oh shit. I think I'm gonna die tonight. My Mel is gonna kill me. Marvin's gonna ram me. Ah!
Okay, I need to draw the circle again. Because of that. Alright. In the initial, 5 minutes, you do not sense him in the area. What do you do? You have an hour concentration, so where do you go? Where do you go first?
Let's go to. Yeah, let's go east.
East? I thought you said west.
Weast.
Alright, place yourself on the map of where you go.
Let's see.
Here's a question though, because since all you know is that he's a Renas and that he has a title, but nothing else, wouldn't you just get a lot of pings of Renases at that point?
No, you would say his name.
But all you know is the title and not his actual name.
Ooh. Then let me just send a sending spell of my own to Farwin and ask, could you give me a better description of this Platutu?
That will be a work in progress. I'll have to return to the 11th House Tower.
The only one that's actually seen the Blatutu is Garuld, I'm pretty sure.
But Garul doesn't even know that he's seen him. If he has seen him.
No, yes, you did see him in one scene.
Oh, you've seen
weeks ago. But when you saw him, it didn't matter then.
Yeah.
It did not matter then that you saw him at all. He was in a scene that I described, and you guys were in a tavern. He was there. And Garuld is the only character currently that was in that scene. So.
Well, then there's only one solution to this: genocide.
Genocide. Kill all the frogs.
Oh my.
Okay. You do, as you get there, you would pass the second bind, as I've labeled there. Do you go to the second bind to where the frogs are, or the fifth bind that they've taken over?
Second bind.
Okie dokie, artichoke.
Now I'm just thinking that scene from Deadpool where Deadpool's asking, "Where's Francis?" and this is basically what Ferrum's doing.
No one knows. Like, who the fuck is Francis? You're about to be killed by a Zamboni.
Did it have to be the Zamboni?
Hey, Ferrum, you come to the second seal, and you find this scene. There are a group of Renas. There are frog mount things. These giant frogs that they capture from the mutated swamplands. And those are the purple token ones. And then the giant red token, you don't know what the fuck that is, but it is a giant frog.
Jesus, motherfucker.
What the hell is that thing?
That's the extent of what you know it is. You
put
know
that thing back where it came from, or so help me. So.
You know that within the last 48 hours there was rumors of eggs of large size being left around. It's apparent that the druids that work with the Renas have been busy trying to incubate them quicker. So you can see it in all its glory.
Oh,
this is not druidry. This is not druidcraft.
What is this abomination?
It's an actual monster from D&D.
Yeah. Oh, I love that guy. I love those so much. Those are my favorite.
Mhm.
They're fun.
Fuck.
Part of me wants to be like,
shit.
send me in, chief. I want the smoke. But this is politics.
Let me wrestle.
So,
Oh, fuck.
Farum,
All right.
Oh, shit.
there are various Runas here, yes. So there's
That
like,
thing is
what, 5,
fucking
6 of them
gross.
here. They're starting, unless Farum is being stealthy, you can declare that, but they're starting to notice a giant robot coming towards them, so.
Yeah, I'll roll a stealth check.
I love how with disadvantage. Okay, how are you approaching? Like, are you flying? Are you walking? What are you doing?
I'm walking. For now, I'm just watching the scene and check out what the fuck they're doing with the mutant frog things.
Okay, you can approach. They probably saw someone approaching like a shadow, and then you hug behind one of the other chains or kind of clumps of meat or whatnot that the god butchers have nearby. And you can already, like, you don't need to roll a perception check. You could roll like an insight check or a nature check. Nature check would give you information about the creatures. Insight check would maybe try to glean what they're doing with the creatures.
Let's go for insight. That's not very good.
Okay. They're big, right? They weren't here before. At the simplest terms, the second house has made moves to protect themselves. Uh, but yeah, that's like the gist of what it is, I think, in simplest terms. Protect what's theirs. You didn't make it all the way to the fifth bind, so you don't know what they've done at the fifth bind, but
There are multiple things I could be doing right now. I could move on to the fifth bind for now, or I could go slaughtering. Let's go to the fifth bind first. Check this plate out.
no, you know.
I've got plans for that. Don't you worry, they're all gonna die.
They're all gonna die.
They're all gonna die.
Okay. I kind of love the irony of this next situation. Okay, you find the fifth mind. There is, a small group of Runas. And then there's one of these giant frog things. And just because the name is fun, I guess I can say it by this point. It doesn't really matter. They're frog hemoths.
Mm-hmm.
Frog hemoths. They're fun.
What?
Yep. Frog hemoth. You also see around the bind itself 3 figures that draw your attention that are 2 of them are investigating the magical seal itself, reinforcing it. You're not exactly sure. One is a little Orthoptera person. They are grasshopper people, basically. One is a Felis, a little cat person. And then standing by, like, supervising... not that one. Standing by, like, supervising is the... this frog that Strike knows. You don't know.
Oh,
That's Bracken Gubenmaja.
Gesundheit.
But yeah, he's kind of like supervising, obviously, kind of in charge of the situation. What do you want to do? You don't see at this current hour that the fifth house has made any moves on their promise to attack here yet, so.
It's way too tempting to just go invisible and begin slaughtering, but no.
You do you. If you want to, you can do it. I'm not gonna hold you back. I'm just gonna say there are, there's only one of you. But it is
I
a
know.
Farum. I know you're a paladin, and yes, there we go. As someone who played a paladin from 1 to 20, I understand.
Look, if you want to go out in the middle of the street, start murdering civilians, by all means.
You know,
It's a city of salt.
They're just frog hemits, and it is the city of salt.
it's true. Okay, Farum, what do you do? And then we'll jump to someone else, I guess.
Nah, I'm gonna go keep investigating.
What are you looking for?
More frogs until I find someone who kind of stands out, I guess.
Okay. Let's go back to the city map and where do you go?
Oh, where do I go? South.
Okay. You get to the broken down wall that collapsed because of the terrace that had broken and what's left of that carcass after these few weeks. It was cleaned right quickly because it doesn't have the same regenerative qualities as the one behind you. And you kind of cross into the tailstones, spend another 15-20 minutes kind of searching around. You have like 15 minutes left probably of your locate creature, and you've yet to get a true ping on anything.
I'll just keep going. Salvation. If that doesn't work, I'm gonna go sending again.
You're gonna go where, I'm sorry?
I'm gonna send it.
Okay.
Would I have been able to make it back to the tower as he's doing his investigation?
Easily enough.
All right.
Okay. Who are you sending? And then we'll jump to one of the other people's.
Sending to Fowen again. I don't know. Report what I found, kind of. Update. 5th and 2nd bind. Many frogs gathered. With even more bigger, uglier frogs. Seems very suspicious.
Around the 5th bind. Suspicious indeed. Were there any leaders or politicians or dialogue that you can understand? I think that's 25.
Last what? I'm responding. I did not get close enough to eavesdrop, but some of them seemed important. There was also a coleoptid, I think.
Hmm.
And a cat.
Well, I gotta take a long rest. But with 4th level, why not? Sending back. A coleoptid was present at which bind? Either way, coleoptid presence is interesting.
Farum would know with his passive perception it was not a coleoptid. It was an orthoptera, which is grasshopper people, which are neutral. They don't really they're in multiple houses. They're not really associated with one particular house.
Correction. Of
Like
Terra.
you would have said orthoptera.
Orthoptera. And Orthopteras, they're not affiliated with any house?
They work with the 3rd. They work with the 2nd. They work with the 4th. They work with the 5th. Yeah, but they're not like those are the ones they're known to work for. That many of them are part of, but they're not really one or they don't have like the third house is Coleoptid. Like if you hear Coleoptid and they're not part of the third house, that would be weird.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay, then would I?
you can save a spell slot if you want. That's totally fine.
Well, Farum has been casting the sending, so you would still
true.
have your response from his last sending.
That's true. You would.
All right. What did the Orthoptera look like?
Question: did I get a close enough look? Was staying
Roll a perception check, sure. Or like what you saw, what you remember.
And I'll spend the spell slot to save Farum a spell slot to kind of please describe in extreme detail on what you know of this Orthoptera.
They had a like gemstone necklace around their neck. That was glowing while they were next to the ritual circle. You're presuming they're a magic caster of some sort. Orthoptera are very small creatures, humanoids in and of themselves. They are tiny creatures. It's probably less than a foot tall. So most Orthoptera, they do not care about like clothing or anything like that. They don't wear armor usually. Mostly because their wings are so fucking big for their size. But they yeah, that's like the general just what you meant. Like you're assuming that was a caster that the second house hired. That would make the most sense based upon what they were doing around the ritual. What's weirder to you, Farum, is the cat. Like third house cat, like what? Second house cat, like frogs and cats don't like that's weird to you. That's more weird than this Orthoptera being there, honestly.
All right. Respond. Assumption. Presumably spellcaster. Glowing necklace. In their presence was a cat, which is kind of odd, as cats and frogs don't mix.
And you would say Fellas. You know what a Fellas is. Fellas are house cat people, basically.
Yeah, it's Farum cats are cats. And frogs are frogs.
But far one would know that. Like cats, as you know Bora, who's
Lynxin
yeah,
mix. He's some sort of mix between a Pumptera
yeah,
and Lynxin.
yeah, and then the group also had a Lynxin in there and with them for a while. And Cotton, they don't really associate with one house or the other, except the ninth house. The ninth house has a family of sorcerers that are part of them that are Fellas, that are cat, that are necromancers, quote unquote. No one knows exactly. Like they're all necromancers as far as everyone's concerned, but like you believe they're truly like necromantic, like undead. Like they can. You've seen stuff in the Sage's Row and stuff, I imagine.
Yeah, we've probably all seen a lot of shit in the City of Salt.
So many threads, but so few spell slots. Yes. Well,
Just give us regular texting already.
well, I wanted Platutu, so I've heard of Platutu, haven't seen him, so he has a good chance at this. Assuming again I'm back at the 11th house, have access to resources. So Platutu, or the creature that identifies as Platutu, would have a +5 save on his wisdom. save to prevent me from prying.
+5. Okay. Considering the importance he has become to the narrative, I'm gonna spend an inspiration, and I'm gonna give it to Nova, and I'm going
but that
to
didn't take that.
roll with
Hey.
advantage.
Damn.
Damn it. Oh no, that's not +5. Okay,
Yeah.
so 21.
Thanks for
throwing
the dog a bone.
So close.
You gotta find him.
Eventually. Okay,
He will
well,
be found. And when he is found, he will be dealt with.
the early morning wee hours are wrapping up by this point. It's 6:37 in the morning. The sun is in the sky. It hasn't quite fully enveloped everything to make the smog and clouds that kind of constantly hang above the city start to have that weird silhouette thing with them. So it's still kind of dark throughout the city, very, very dark at this point. And Farum will say, I'll come back to you in a moment as you continue your search. We have the next morning. We have. Let's jump to Killian first, and then we'll go to Setch. And Killian spent the evening eventually at Mel's apartment.
I
With
just need to get a long rest then.
yeah, and you have the frog peoples that are the Binderlords' entourage, as well as his drow friend that have spent this evening with you for the most part. And what do you want to do?
First of all, I gotta deal with these goddamn frogs that I have to babysit forever. Save one person and now you're a babysitter. It's, that's how it is. So, now that you have been at least safeguarded for now, what do you intend to do? I'm not sure how long my protection of you can go unnoticed.
Sorry, 2 seconds. I had to write a note down. Before I forgot something. Oh well. Kine kind of steps forward, half exhausted still from everything that's happened the last couple of days. Like his first true night's sleep, you can tell. Rubbing like the weird sleep out of his eyes with his tongue, licking his eyeball. And we need to gain control of what Platutu has taken. He convinced the elders to release the great eggs before the full moon. They will be confused and enraged if threatened, so could cause issues around the seal. So, finding an archdruid powerful enough to commune with them would be difficult, as we only know those from the great southern swamps. And Massinifex did not seem open to our plight.
I, of course, can provide a great amount of aid. You wish to control what's was in these great eggs?
They were protection for the swamps we control outside of the city. That we harvest much of the water from.
See.
The They are gifts from the Water Lords. No one quite knows what they are. We've been raising them for nigh 50 years, these eggs, and they were said to hatch upon this full moon. And we were teaching them, singing to them, making them understand the old ways of our great people. Him bringing them in here, one, I'm not sure exactly how he did that. And two, it shows he has support where I may not anymore.
I'm sure we can figure something out. Do you know where you could find access to an archdruid of a high enough caliber? Or anything like that? Is there anything that we could obtain to at least re-strengthen your position?
I only know of the one within the city, Masinifex, the Lord of the Seventh Seal. He is a Lynxen. His powers are renowned through the city of great druidic origin. He must be him. But he, as I said, his candor at the meeting yesterday showed I'm not sure he would care to alleviate the frogs, more kill them. And I do not wish that upon these creatures. The only other ones I would know, I would need to send one of my scouts, and they would be gone nigh a month before they return. We have many druids that are people in the swamps to the south.
This is difficult. I believe I'll have to speak to an associate. I'm low on friends, and my diplomatic value has declined as of late.
I have never seen a lone wolf within the city. It is odd.
I'm not the normal kind of wolf, and the pack has lost its way. Speaking of such, I do have business to attend to today, but I believe if we are able to contact Birdman, he may be able to negotiate the safe return of your special egg creatures.
If we can handle it peacefully, yes.
If not, well, if that doesn't work, truly, I don't feel any threat from a big creature of any sort, but if you don't want those killed, I'm sure I could just drag Masinifex here.
If you think you can do that to a great druid, then I do not wish to know what will become of the consequences of that exactly, but...
Exactly, this is why I don't wish to just rush into that sort of situation. I think keeping it more stable for now, we should deal with this, but I have a pressing matter to attend to, and I will hopefully be able to return with Birdman, who has much more diplomatic knowledge of this.
We shall be fine. Kindine goes to the window. The others kind of situate to make sure the drapes and stuff are closed and kind of get ready for them just to kind of hang out in here.
I give them my deck of cards. Here you go. Just you can play some games. But yes, I will do my best to aid you. So you said the wolves are together, like a big wolf meeting, big wolf's giving.
Yes, a wolf.
Gosh, yeah. I can't miss Wolfsgiving. I am that, I'm that one controversial like cousin or whatever. I'm heading to the. I can't miss it. Listen, everyone might hate me right now, but I'm going. I want to talk to. I
Black
got. I
dog
got
in
to
the
talk to.
family?
I kind of got. I got to talk to Highbeard. So
The far left argumentative cousin.
exactly. That's exactly correct. Yeah.
The crunkle that lives in the basement.
It's Crunkle Killian.
Her uncle.
Yeah. So where's that big meeting happening?
The evening swan.
Evening Swan. Okay, give me a sec to write a few notes down.
If these guys are dead when I come back, I will just be going on a rampage. I worked way too fucking hard for these frogs.
Okay. Well, the good news is the only people that know where Mel lives is Birdman and people Birdman's told about.
I come
that
back
too.
eventually.
Yeah.
Look
So
for
as
you.
long as like
I
you
know it would
guys-
backfire showing him my secret
I
base.
would like you to roll either a stealth or survival check to kind of represent you making sure no one sees you leaving, and like making sure no one like kind of follows you back to the situation.
17's not good enough. I'm using inspo.
Okay.
Oh.
31. I'm fine with that. That's good.
Okay, yeah. Very unlikely someone's going to find this.
I'm not. I do not want to. I'm not having them fucking die. I worked too hard for this.
You,
Minute, like a stray flea
that I can understand that. As I mentioned last week, I wrote originally that Kane was supposed to die, so you have changed the ending of the story.
I threw away a lot of influence to keep these guys alive.
Yes.
We really like just straight up murdering storylines.
I noticed this. It's okay.
He was
It's
polite
kind
and
of
he's
off.
funny. He's funny and polite, and I like him.
Well, see. It's good. He's supposed to be one of the good guys, and like it was. He was supposed to be like the symbol of like one of the last good houses like falling, and then you saved it sort of. So we're gonna see if it works.
He's not the greatest condition, but at least he's got a deck of cards and a chill pad.
It's good. Okay, so unlikely, very unlikely. Okay, so let me go back to the
If someone
map.
finds me after a 31, I'll just shake their hand.
Yeah.
Congratulations.
Where? Hey, Dakota, come here. Come here, puppy. Okay, I'm gonna say that the Evening Swan is going to be out here. My font's too big.
Evening Swan.
Okay. Evening towards
Oh shit.
about where I put you on the map, more or less, Killian. What I'm gonna do in here. But it is I need the cursor. A little alcove area. Like it's kind of behind the stage courts, kind of behind where the first house is, but like the other houses its front door is on the main Beast Crown kind of road, central road, so most everyone can kind of have access to it. And even before, like once you kind of get past the wall guards here, which there's just a little bit of like looks given to you. There's no one like stops you, but there's definitely obvious like within the last 12 hours some people have started to talk about what happened and how you did what you did, and like and there's some looks and murmurs as you come through, but no one like stops you from coming in. They technically don't have the authority to do that because you haven't done anything illegal technically.
I haven't.
So
that's the thing. I'm still lawful.
Yeah, exactly. So nevertheless, you pass by the first house like opening area, And other than the normal kind of accoutrement you see of your house, there are about 30 for 40% more lupin than you're used to seeing. And this wasn't this way yesterday. Like, many of them have shown up in the last night. And many of them, it's obvious they have been traveling for a few weeks to get to this point. They're unloading, people are coming in, and unloading, people are going to different rooms that have been set up for them. And then many of them are being led around to the evening swan to get some food, and then there's some other housing and stuff that they've kind of given. And you generally get the impression that the pack lords, quote unquote, have all been offered a table and for like in a room at the evening swan to have the nicest kind of set up.
Oh, of course.
By Highbairn. In your knowledge of things, and you haven't lived here for all of your life, but in your knowledge of things of this city, this has never happened.
Yeah.
The wolves have called. It's obvious Highbairn has, before he even threatened yesterday, he's already called and brought in reinforcements. From his, cousins and stuff, like people you're technically related to too.
Quick question. How does like succession work with like Binderlords?
Roll a history check to see what Killian knows.
Got it. Got it. Not that smart, but I'm okay. What the fuck?
Perfectly balanced.
Perfectly balanced indeed.
What the fuck?
Indeed.
I'm gonna cry. Please. Wait. Hold on.
Don't you have another inspo?
Yeah, you should have two.
You start with one, and I gave you one.
Oh, I start with one. Okay, yeah, I'm using that. Wait, does this help? Hold on, wait, does this help? Does this help? I'm a court functionary.
I got back. What a fucking roll, bro. That's crazy.
You know the movie. Sure.
Yay! I didn't think that'd ever come up.
Yeah, why not? Okay. You probably don't know all the intricacies that actually need to happen. But the ritual itself involves a phrase that's passed from Binderlord to Binderlord, cutting of the skin to exsanguinate.
Yeah.
And to be above, you have to be at the first house bind near the Trask.
Specifically, how is it passed down? Does the Lord choose a new one, or what is it like that?
How does the first house do it? The first house, it's pretty much like, I don't want to say matriarchal, not matriarchal. I don't want to say, higher, like heretical. Heretical is the wrong word.
It's heretical.
Yes, I don't want to say hereditary, but it is that way. Like Highbairn, the guy before Highbairn was not his father. He was another pack lord, but he was kind of chosen to be his quote unquote son. So there is like that quality to it, but it's most like a who's the beta that will take over the alpha's position kind of thing.
Okay, so it's not like there isn't like a set system. It's more like
it's like who proves themselves to be like the leader of the pack, like in that aspect. And many of these people that are these pack lords would be people in the running for that kind of situation. You would get that impression too.
Got it. Sweet. So yeah. So I'm just gonna like head in if no one stops me.
Okay. If you're just going through the front door and the way let me there is I love it. Okay. You're coming to the front door and a couple of the guards are like you don't look 100% Lupin, right? So they're like, "Who
don't.
are you?" They're from out of town, obviously, but they've been placed here as guards, and they're like trying to investigate you, and like, you smell weird and all this stuff. And while this is happening, that's not the important scene. While they're trying to talk to you, you notice beyond the way there's a group of Lupin that work in the city that you've dealt with before, that are gathering, putting on armor, gathering resources, spears and whatnot. It's like a half dozen to a dozen or so of them. And while you're talking, one of them sees you and like points it out to one of the, leaders that's behind him, still kind of putting on his like scale mail armor and kind of situation. And he gives an order, and you basically see this dozen or so Lupin beelining it straight to you within that 30 seconds.
I roll my eyes. I look at them. Excuse me, if you would allow, I'd like to go speak to my father.
And then
the two guards.
Okay, they by this point will say that like your name has been yelled out by one of the other guys lowering, "Is that Killian?" And then they're like, your name is kind of, with what's happened the last 24 hours, some of your story's been spread a little bit, and they're like, Killian, like, and they kind of like calm down and like step away, and then there's like these dozen or so guards catching up with that one that yelled out your name, and then there's like 30 Lupin on one side, 30 Lupin on another, you on the north side, and then the south side are this dozen of Lupin that are all like in full armor coming towards you. And there's this like, it's not high noon, it's like 7 a.m, but there's like this vibe there for a moment as people aren't sure what's gonna happen, as there's like easily 100 people watching this. What does Killian do?
Everyone stand down, I'm just here to talk.
There's a little bit of murmuring and shuffling from the observers. The dozen or so kind of stop where they're at, and they all look towards the 2 or 3 that seem to be in charge. And they kind of raise up their hand, and the murmuring of the guards that are armored kind of stop, and they all put their spears down in the dirt. And this wolf, he's big, but you're huge. Like, he's a very big wolf, but you're easily like 30% larger than him. And he is obviously not intimidated, but is uncomfortable that he has to look up at you. It's not something he's used to doing in any way, shape, or form. And he's seen you, knows who you are, but you've never probably talked to him in a one-on-one situation before. And he, in Lupin, speak.
I want to speak to my father.
I, Bjorn, meets the 50 lords. You wait your turn, pup. Here. You can talk to me. Come with us down the street. Quieter, less eyes.
Oh. If you choose such things. I follow him.
What's your passive insight?
I'm expecting to get ambushed. I'm just fully. I'm not. Yeah, no. This is my passive insight. 16.
Okay. Yeah. I was just like comparing his passive insight to your passive, like his passive deception to your passive insight. And there's like he does a horrible job like smiling on one side of his face as that like trails over to the other side of the face to you, as he like motions for the guys with a hand to follow you as he follows you, and like everyone's murmuring like, okay, is there gonna be blood on the streets? Oh, they're walking down, like they're going away. Like there's tension that's obviously there for people. A couple murmurs and Lupin.
Do I know this guy's name?
Sure. I didn't name this guy, but you know his name, sure.
What was the dog like cop's name that you guys know?
Jim.
Oh, Jim.
Okay.
Jim, and they have another one they know named Strikevale, who's Jim's boss.
Okay.
The possibilities are endless.
Yeah. I'll just this
I named Strikevale. They named Jim. So
Doug Vale.
Doug Vale.
Doug
Vale?
Vale. His name's Doug. Okay.
Doug Vale.
He's Doug Vale. All right. Yeah, this is
Hi,
Doug Vale.
name Doug.
Okay. We name him so we
Oh.
can miss him when he dies. So.
My
All right.
name is Doug.
He might run away.
He might.
Squirrel.
They are well. I'm up to their level.
Might just knock him out. I mean,
Okay. So you
just like
lead
throw him
Sleeping.
into
them.
a building.
Sleeping on a city.
Yeah.
You lead them. You guys kind of walk together down the road, and I need to set up a map because I wasn't expecting it to exactly happen here. Give me
Yeah.
2 seconds.
I just wanted to talk to my dad.
I know.
Is it actually your dad?
No, it says it's not his dad.
Okay, I was like,
This isn't
huh?
my dad.
I missed
Dad's
something.
at work.
His dad's at work.
Dad's at work, and they
Dad's
aren't
at
letting
work.
me talk to him. I'm
You
trying to
don't
call
fucking
into
call
work.
Dad at work.
Dad's busy.
You don't fucking call
But
Dad at work.
You
I
should drop
will-
everything for me.
I rolled a D100 for this to see if this scene would happen in front of here. And I rolled high enough to where this could have been a much worse scene.
Rolled a
Right.
37.
I had 3 ways I was planning this to happen, and you chose the 4th way. I love D&D. I love D&D.
I somehow always do that. I don't know.
It's just like
It's like there's so many letter choices.
I know.
It's
Well,
always no.
If a fight breaks out at the Evening Swan where it's on fire and Farwin's seated from the tower, I think he's just gonna lose even more sanity.
Hmm.
I wouldn't do that. I hate property destruction.
Oh my god, I have sanity to lose.
Oh, I lost
For once.
I lost a
okay,
single sanity
you
today.
miss Farwin losing on 7, right?
7.
Hmm.
Mel gained sanity from arson, so
Yeah.
Yeah.
cool.
It's baby steps.
Dude, I
Yeah.
lost one. My score is no longer perfect.
It's really
I have-
cathartic.
I have a sanity.
Okay, so
Well, give it to me so I can have 20 again.
they lead
You can
you
take
down
it.
the road.
Give it
and
to
then
me for all the things Birdman did to make me lose mine.
the main road is kind of back here, and they start to kind of. He's like, "Hey, let's go down this alley," and and getting away from the eyes of people. And as they're doing, they're like situating themselves and whatnot. Killian, I'm gonna move them back just a hair. What do you want to do?
Right. Please, before this happens, as it so obviously is, I want to extend to you. I look to like the lower ranking soldiers. This does not have to be your fight. I truly don't wish to harm you. And I think if you do know who I am, you know you will either be grievously wounded or completely just killed outright if you try to fight me. I just want to talk.
This guy speaks up in Lupin to the lower ranking soldiers. Ignore him. He's a traitor. He's taken away what right was gifted to us by the First Lord. And there's murmuring amongst them of like, what do we do kind of situation. You definitely have gained a momentum point just by the situation you're in and what has already kind of previously happened. If you would like to roll an intimidation or other charisma check to ensure that momentum point scares these people, you can do so. And if you would like to use strength, you're more than welcome to use strength instead of charisma.
Let's see.
My go-to.
For this situation.
Oh, if I can use.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just gonna roll intimidation, and then I would be adding like. Let's see.
Be a plus 11, so you would be adding 5.
Yep.
Math. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. 4. Yeah, 4. So still okay. +4 is a 26. That is also you rolled high enough to basically get 10 more than their passive insight here. So that gives you an additional momentum point you didn't need for
Wonderful.
them. But it does basically make the guy who just told them to like steal themselves, basically, he steps back when they all are like, and they like it's not like they run away from you. It's like another wolf across the street yells, "Hey, someone took my potato," and they're like, "Oh, we gotta go take care of that." And it's like something really stupid, and they just all like go away. And the three other leader guys are just like, "What the fuck just happened?" And this guy, just because of the position he is, that's the only reason why he doesn't run away, is because this guy is a higher ranking person than him. And they're all just those three are sitting there. These two unfazed. They're just like, whatever. We're here to do a job, and this is the job we're gonna do. This guy is still a little like, I don't know if I want to fight Killian Canius. What do you want? I'm going to say we're gonna roll initiative by this point. I need to clear the thing.
If these guys want to go, if these guys want to throw down, oh yeah.
Okay, and
Huh.
holy shit.
Yeah, that makes sense. I feel like this is right.
That is very narratively fitting. That is very narratively fitting. Okay. Oh, I don't think you.
I love it when things work out.
For some reason, it didn't put you on the initiative order. So let me add you. Okay. So Killian, they all step. They're each square is 5 feet. They all step forward. The two white tokens step forward like a foot, reinforcing each other. The other guy's stepping a foot back, and that's why we rolled initiative. What are you doing to do?
They're stepping forward towards me.
Yeah, that's obvious that the two white token ones are gonna come towards you. Yeah.
You understand what I can do to you, and I really truly don't wish to do it. Take another step, and I will not be responsible for what happens. We are having a crisis of leadership. Hybian orders the death of civilians. I simply wish to correct his path.
I will be drawing my greatsword though.
Okay. You could have an opportunity on your first round here before they take their turn to, if you wanted to, it's up to you. You could use your action to roll another intimidation check to try to ensure these two really understand the stance you're in. Because right now, their overconfidence in their lord is what's inspiring them to not take you as seriously. And if you're successful, you might even stop initiative from happening.
Okay. Doing that with strength, that's a 16?
Doing that with strength, that is a 16 indeed. Okay, so that's your action.
Yes.
Bonus action movement, do you take anything?
If I rage, that's like an international incident, so I'm just gonna
Are you sure about that?
Are you sure?
Yeah, raging is basically like Titan shifting for me, so
you're not wrong. So, okay. Then I want to let them take their action as they kind of decide what they're gonna do with that.
I've given them their chances.
Okay, this guy will look at the other two. He's not sure what they're thinking. He is completely unsure that if they're going to listen to you or not. So he says, as confidently as he can muster, "I'm with you." And by doing so, he does inspire them with his leadership kind of situation. but he also moves away from you at the same time. That's part of his movement. So he's
I
just
respect him so much.
so he's just like, you guys are the tanks. I'll support you. And as he like obviously, he has a heavy crossbow on his back. He's looking like he's trying to situate that, but he's also mostly looking like if he has a chance to run, he'll run, right? Then you get to the guy that like watched the look on this guy's face that was right next to him while he like was reacting and said, "I'm with you," and didn't see much confidence in his eyes. And he is mostly because this guy's here and he can't see him. It's not, he doesn't want to move closer to you, but he does. And you admire his bravery in a way, because he looks at you in such a way like, are you going to suddenly grow an arm and smash me? Like, there is that vibe that's there. They know, they're remembering what you can do, the stories that have been told about these things. And he will take the dodge action. And that's what he does. He's just looking at his buddy and he's just like, okay, what are you doing? Like, it was your idea to come down here. And this guy is going to... He takes a deep, deep breath in, and he spits on the ground. And while he does, he does a spin with his sword as he sheaths it. And he is just like... He doesn't say anything. He's just angry that you're right. Like, that's the extent of it. He's just angry that you're right and knows and believes enough in the law of what's going on that he knows what you do is it is right, and that's what should be happening right now. And that's, and he kind of looks at, and he's like, "Have you found the Platutu yet?"
Is he asking me?
Yeah.
I have allies that are searching. I believe they are coming close. We have avenues to take care of this treachery in our midst.
See that you do before the next full moon. Hyperion will have the 50 packs ready by that point.
I see.
And by that point, no matter how loud you roar, young Killian, no Lupin will follow you. Because no Lupin has gathered the 50 lords before.
Things are changing. We will not know what happens any day now until it happens. I shall work my best to keep the safety of the first house and every house. Your understanding is bravery. I thank you for it. Now, could I please rejoin the meeting? Or are you going to keep me out?
They look at each other. They look back at that guy. They look at you. This guy doesn't want to say it. This guy's giving him a look. He looks to you. You need to hit us first.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
I put my sword away.
I need you have advantage. I need 2 punches, 1 on each, to basically punch him and give him a good enough punch in the face to look like they tried to resist you. Yeah, both of those do hit. One guy, they both didn't try to dodge. They both held low.
Rage. I'm making sure it's visible, but no, I don't want to hurt them. They're just yeah.
Okay.
Just slap him a little.
Yeah.
Okay. They take it, and there's an obvious like black eye, but they don't look any worse for wear. These guys are pretty strong, from what you can tell for this average Lupin, I guess, of the city, kind of thing. And they kind of call him back over, and they start to take some of the mud and grime and blood that's on the ground and start rubbing it on themselves to look like they got roughed up and thrown around.
Oh god, that's so good.
Situation.
That's the saddest thing.
Yeah. I just nod. I respect it. I respect it.
I'll have them. I'm gonna have them do a group charisma check. Okay, they did okay. One guy
How did
literally
this guy
looked.
do?
He was the 20.
Oh, okay, good. I was gonna help him if not, because he's real.
Okay, so you make it. You make your way back to the.
How close am I to the? What was the thing that? Where was
The Evening Swan.
the Evening Swan? The Birdman was there, right? Wait, no, they were at another thing.
No, they wanted to go there, but because of the meeting, they didn't come here. Because there were all the.
It was already booked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't get a reservation.
And with all the passive perceptions that Lupin generally have, someone would notice that Birdman was meeting with a strange elf. Two elves were meeting at a bar. That's weird. In the city of Salt.
I've at least
That's really
made it known basically where I am. If someone's looking for me, then it's gonna be pretty obvious news. So
I go back to Mel's apartment, and if you're not there, I don't know what I'm gonna do, man.
Where would a dog go?
Okay.
No, I know where a
looks
dog
towards
would go.
large amount of dogs.
Yeah, you're like, oh, it's probably
Well,
a,
it's
because
a bar.
Farman
Hey,
just told me
Preston.
there was a meeting of dogs.
Yeah. I'm gonna go and honestly, I'm going to if Hybern's busy, I'm gonna wait and I'm gonna honestly just wait until like I can get a chance because I'm gonna leave the small amount of goodwill that I have. I'm gonna keep.
Okay. And then you basically wait because he's
Do I have
dealing
like a
with.
favorite cousin here? Like, does anyone know me like that? What's like the chill table? Like the cool uncle table where everyone's kind of looser with the rules.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna go over to that, whatever that is. You don't have to make up one.
Well, now I want to make up one. Okay. Well, you have your
Uncle Gorejaw.
Yeah. There's
Uncle Gornjaw.
It's Uncle Gorejaw, my favorite guy.
Gotta love him.
God damn.
The Lupin are pretty populous north and east of the city of Salt. The ones that are from the southern moon vein lakes near what is like modern day Kentucky is probably the chill uncles. They traveled the longest, just arrived. They're the most away from the norms of the city of Salt, most in tune with the ancient ways of the Animaesus, which there was a lot more respect for land and country and meat and pride and everything. They're dressed like traditional barbarians in a lot of ways. If anything, some of them are it's probably just fur, for the most part, and have like blades and axes and things like that they have strapped around them. But in general, they are your country bumpkin, Lupin, for lack of a better way to put it. So you probably end up drinking with them, and they whether you want to or not, you're going to end up drinking with them probably. They will put booze in your hand and say drink it, and if you don't, they will challenge you to drink it until you do. So
I'm drinking it. This is not a problem.
But it's just interesting to think of how much the world has changed. In the original Animaesus campaign, these were like the only Lupin that exists is the ones that you're talking to now, not the ones in the City of Salt. So it's just my brain just
From
had that
barbarians to cops.
So you'll wait for a little bit. Let's jump to someone else for a moment then. And well, maybe we can get Jenny caught up now, but we're at a
me.
mark.
Jenny.
Me.
So the first good chunk of the session we spent with Falwyn and Birdman, talking in the tavern called Thirds, which is like one of the most neutral places in the city in the south, where Birdman is currently on the map. Nope, Birdman's not on the map there anymore. Faram's over there. I'm gonna put Faram over there. Nevertheless, they talked elf, basically, like what does it mean to be an elf? And then they talked the Binderlords and brought up the idea of what does it look like with a future without them ruling the city. They were all talking telepathically because of magic. Talking about like what the proper course is. Then they started to talk about their pasts a little bit. Kind of what like I don't know where they came from and how different they are is like, and Birdman doesn't want to be an elf basically. And kind of like I guess they're trying to find a way to, if I remember correctly, Farwin was trying to get Birdman on his side to ensure that Farwin is aware of any moves before they happen, if that's going
Pretty
to go
much,
good.
yeah.
Which I did not give you an answer to.
Exactly.
I just
Which means I'm gonna have to try harder.
Yes. Then there was a group of sending spells thrown around between Farwin and Farum as they try to locate the Platutu.
Yeah, assassination sorting hits.
Farum flying around the city goes to the second and fifth seal that's been taken over by the second house during the coup, and they have froghemoths that they brought in from the swamps outside the city somehow to help guard their kind of position. He then continued to just kind of fly around the city trying to find the Platutu that has been the cause of all this problem with the coup. Then we went to Crunkle Killian, I wrote down. Who is at Mel's apartment with the Renas for them to kind of lay low in the city. And the basically tells them to just stay here. He's got to go take care of some shit. And he of course, has been aware that the Binder Lord of the First House, Hybern, has acted preemptively and already brought in a number of the 50 packs that exist outside the City of Salt of the Lupin people. His intimidation tactic and whatnot. If he can gather all 50, he's basically the equivalent of, like, Genghis Khan, but Lupin form. Like, he will lead the entire people. Like, it's something that's never been done. And he's trying to do that so he can control the city, basically. It's pretty obvious by this point. But Killian is basically on his way there, runs into a quote-unquote hit squad that was going to go after him, sent by presumably his own father, and convinces them that if you're going to fight me, you're going to die. They believe him. And then he is making his way so he can go talk to his father as his father tries to schmooze with all these nobles, quote unquote nobles, I should say, from outside the city. And that's basically where we've been caught up to. We've been doing a lot of just solo or duo roleplay scenes. I want to go to Thatch's scene here. And then we'll see what Mel would like to do.
I'm DMing you a plan.
Oh no.
Plans.
It's a good plan.
Okay. Setch is trying to subvert the 10th house resources and connections. And gain them for the new 12th house. There are various key players that we could, like, kind of navigate around or even kind of create as part of this. But there's one person that needs to be considered first and foremost after I like rethought about and did some investigation of what makes the most sense of like someone that if you got this person on your side, Pio would be kind of fucked in a lot of different ways. And this person wasn't initially intended to be a PC, but it kind of just turned out to that way, and then the PC left us. So now they're still an NPC, but they gave me at least a player character to kind of manipulate a little bit more than what I initially just had as written as notes. But our former player character, Letitia, is the bartender for the Blackwell Tavern. The Blackwell Tavern is how Pio controls the manipulation of information around the city. And he controls that because of the magic and incantations that Letitia has put in place around the Blackwell Tavern to ensure its secrecy, to also ensure that they're one of the few people that actually are aware of these knowledges. So this person is someone, if you really want to fuck over Pio, you need to get Letitia on your side. Letitia is extremely fucking loyal and has been with Pio for longer than anyone knows. Longer than you're aware of. No one is quite... Letitia never ages. No one's quite sure of Letitia's age in any way, shape, or form. So it's basically, how do you want to approach this? If you want to approach this.
Been there longer than I have?
Yes.
But I would know her fairly well, right?
Yes, I would say you lived in the Blackwell Tavern for a good chunk of time, yes. That would make sense.
Is there anything that she wants to change around in the world, or is there anything that she wants to do, but is kind of held back by the laws, or is just that's not really a thing that I would know? If there is any.
In simplest terms, the vibe you got from Letitia over the years is she ran away from something that scared her to her bone. And she came to the city to basically just restart after that. There was something that literally... There's a darkness about her that she never speaks about. That...
Spirit.
Mm-hmm, and it's not from the city. Like, she traveled from very far away to get to here. Yeah. That... So...
I would know that bribery or like monetary gain would that doesn't like that wouldn't push her, right? Or it'd be the price of it would be so exorbitant that it'd be impossible for us at the moment.
You would need 5,000 to 10,000 gold for it to make a dent in her trying to do anything, at least. Like, yeah, she could be bribed, but you need 5,000 to 10,000 gold, which is a shit ton of gold. So, for her to even remotely be like, okay, maybe I might consider it. Because she has access with the resources she's established here already, like a good amount. Like she is the most well-connected person in the city, by far and wide. Like Pio doesn't have anything with her. Like Pio has connections of his own, but she's the one that goes to people that don't want to talk, or Pio doesn't want them to know that he's in charge, kind of thing. And she is everyone in the city also knows she's kind of a neutral party. Like she is. Like, and that's kind of the way the 10th house has always done business, but of late, since the incidents with Altapar and Pio, they're no longer neutral. They're Pio has chosen sides. And so he's definitely on the side of what's going on with the 9th and 11th house right now. So.
I'm a tad stumped.
No, this doesn't mean we couldn't find we could do like.
Of course.
What I normally do with situations like this is we do some carousing checks, and it's like downtime, and we can kind of like create some other movers and players that, talk about some other movers and players that might exist that could be people that you can influence for various reasons, that would have connections to more tangible resources other than information. But Letitia is the information queen. So.
If I were to siphon more resources, would I think that would Letitia become more flexible in her allegiance, or no? Or is she just loyal to a T?
It depends on where the intent is. Letitia is definitely one of those people that would not agree with anything that's going to disrupt the tenuous peace that exists in the city. They and like if it ain't broke, don't fix it kind of thing. So you'd have to convince her why PO is broken, basically. Like you could, but you have to convince her why those resources prove why he's broken. Which also probably shows she's not fully aware of like what he's doing with the 11th and 9th house. So, but you would still have to provide evidence to her, which you could use Thera again for that, and definitely Mel could have a conversation with her, but like those conversations would need to happen in some way.
Yeah, exactly. I might leave her for the moment because she is going to require a lot more attention. So I might go for the other contacts, mainly the monetary contacts, the ones that'll get us income, and like other resources that isn't necessarily like information.
Yes. Okay. All right. I need you to roll a persuasion check. And the higher you get, the more contacts. So you want high. So
I did not mean to do that.
It's okay. I got 27.
27.
Which is really good. Okay. So almost max. All right. Money contacts. Okay. I have two, and you can come up with a third if you would like. Or we can collaborate for the third. One is a very high-ranking god butcher who's been working in the business. He's a dwarf. He's been in the business for a long, long time. PO uses him to take a cut off of like the harvesting that happens and make sure that the cut that the 10th house uses is large and in charge kind of situation, and then the dwarf gets a huge cut for those kind of situations. He basically sells meat off the normal market, and even the god butchers would be pissed at this god butcher for kind of doing that. But he has a really good business, and PO gets a huge cut. The other one is they're a member of the 4th house, and no one knows other than PO. And you now because of the carousing you've done. He's a member of the 4th house. He's a human. And he's a procurer of things foreign. He works for the 4th house so he can have the means to leave the city and go back and forth as they're the adventuring guild whenever he needs. But many of the things he sells to the 11th house, and he kind of manipulates the magical components market that the 11th house needs in PO's favor, and like gives PO like a cut of like what the 11th house kind of purchases from him, and they don't know that they're actually purchasing from PO kind of situation. So he has multiple connections to two of the largest houses. 4th and 11th are two really strong houses on the whole. And then the third one You had enough for 3. I don't know if you have an idea, or if anyone else
Possibly
has an
like
idea.
a treasury or a quote unquote trust kind of thing where Pio might invest money into.
Okay.
Or like a banker that he like, or someone that,
Yeah.
or what
Yeah.
one of his many people that may deal with his money that he has.
All right. All right. This guy is. Ooh, I like this. Okay, he lives in the city, but he's not from the city. He has like an apartment, like a really nice house that Pio has set up for him in the city. But he's out. He's a Muselli, which is mouse folk. Um, who has connections to that gives Pio like the equivalent of like a Swiss bank account. You know, like outside the city, that's
Yeah.
like no one else has access to this. This is a bank from like the mouse people that live like 200 miles southeast of here, which is one of the larger populations of people in the Animaesus lands, and they have some decent money behind them. So he has like an independent bank account that you now have a friend that knows about, and probably said way too much when they were drunk about. So these are people that you know that you can influence and start to manipulate now that you've made this initial contact. And then you have those like initial people that we talked about kind of weeks ago that I have written down somewhere else. So by this point, you have about 10 or so movers and shakers of the 10th house. Irony. And 3 of those you know for a fact deal with large chunks of his money. You probably have access now to 30-40% of his money if you
You're
really
gonna
wanted
be
to push.
fucking rich.
Well, if you really wanted to push, which is a shit ton of gold, yeah. So
And these, do I still have to contact these people? Yeah, these aren't like people. These are just people I know about.
these are people you've met within this day, kind of, or people you've known about, but people you like made contact within today
Okay,
in like
cool.
a casual sense, you know, like that aren't aware with your persuasion check because you're that good. We'll say like they're not aware of like what Pio has done yet. Like Pio isn't gonna broadcast that he's like excommunicated you, kind of thing, because that draws attention to him as like a leader, and he tries to.
And also, that would probably diminish his power a lot
Yes,
to his
exactly.
influence.
So like these people are people that you know that you've dealt with that are now you're just like, oh, I'm meeting with you for Pio, and we're like just gonna have talking, like whatever thing you want to say that you talked about that probably doesn't have any buried on anything. But like now you have, you know, so you can, yeah, you can start using charisma checks and whatnot in the future to kind of influence these people. And
Yeah, sick. I kind of just want to leave it as like a trail of like one detonation will just kind of fuck him over rather than just like slowly doing it, I think.
With these 3 people, you could start to also move resources to, with the proper influence, to like the location of your choice. Like if you wanted to like start manipulating actual hard currency and things like that, you could start to do that too. Because remember, hard currency in the gold is, of course, and gold whatnot in the city, but like the God Butcher meat in the city is in of itself like its own precious resource, for what it's kind of enabled the city to do. So, and then you can also fuck over the 11th house too.
This is the best. And also within that time too, or at some point, Sech hasn't slept yet.
That's right.
Prior to doing to the contact, Sech hasn't slept yet. He's been following the voice and the migraine.
Okay.
To a point where if it takes him out of the city, he wouldn't leave the city and go to sleep at that point. This is after the this is after like the meeting.
Okay. It does not seem to make you want to leave the city. You definitely get the impression from the intensity and orientation of where you kind of feel that coming from, that staying in the city is a good thing. That it wants you to stay in the city. That leaving the city, the voice would not enjoy this. If you left the city. So with that knowledge, I would like you to roll a survival check with advantage. Or insight if you wanted to. Okay, so this is like hours and hours of you like walking around in the last like 8 that everyone was kind of sleeping and whatnot. As you talk to some of these people who are up late dealing with different things, find them at different bars, get some drinks, and then after they're ready to go to bed, you continue to walk around the city. And you kind of make spirals almost around the city where, you were just with Mel kind of in the center. You kind of like go down here, go up here, go up there, right? Then go up here, kind of walk around. And when you get to this point, like early in the morning, you get that hug that I described, but leaving the city would be not a good thing. Uh, at least to like understanding what this is. So you start to like follow the throat and you kind of go off the beaten trail and you kind of eventually make your way to the prime gate. And it's around probably the same time. You probably don't see Ferrum because he rolled that 21 stealth check. But it's around the same time Ferrum is like investigating the seals around the second and fifth seal. And the sun is up, but hasn't really breached itself over the horizon well enough to where the city isn't still encompassed in darkness from the clouds above, as well as just the buildings. So you're enshrouded in complete darkness. But there is the constant kind of lights that are around the wall of the main keep, as that kind of are interposed periodically with the giant ballistae that are always loaded, ready in case the beast wakes up. And you feel this intense calm when you look towards these ballistae, and the idea of like destroying them comes to mind as like something that's good. And that is crazy to you. Like, why would you want to do that? That's like nearly fucking impossible. They're these giant, like, they're gargantuan-sized ballistae. Like, how you don't even know how you would do that. But that idea is something that comes to mind. You presume from this voice, but it's like trying to now speak through you. And then you start you think about the purpose of these ballistae, and you start, the one that's closest to you on this little ledge, its arrow pointing straight towards the head of the Tarrasque. And when you look at the trash, you can't help but see that one of its eyes is open.
Ah, fuck.
And
Fuck.
looks at you
Fuck,
with a
fuck,
greed.
Fuck.
And it's lulled, and it has this sleepiness about it. It can't move. And its face doesn't move. It's still breathing. And one eye, just a slit open, and you see the little pupil stare straight at you. And there is a acknowledgement and wonder and congratulations that come from it. But none of those words. It's just feelings that come from this as you realize who's been speaking to you. What do you do?
Do I feel
Slide
like
in
like
DMs.
how bad is the yearning to destroy that ballista?
Like, if you walked away right now to not do that, your migraine would never go away.
How bad
And you
migraine?
realize there are 13 of these giant fucking ballistae, and it's basically implying you need to destroy all 13. Like, and this is like imagine something that's like the size. It's a fucking house. Like these ballistae are fucking huge. Like you would have to do 2,000 damage and get past a damage threshold of 20 to even hurt them. And this thing is saying you need to do this.
How good would a disintegrate spell against a ballista do? Would it just
look at disintegrating.
clean off? I can post it for you.
Yeah, pass it, please. Because some spells alleviate certain things.
It is force damage.
It can destroy a wall of force.
And this spell automatically disintegrates a large or smaller non-magical object or creation of magical force. If the target is huge or larger or creation of force, the spell disintegrates a 10-foot cube portion of it. That's what would happen. Your one disintegrate spell would disintegrate a 10-foot cube of it, of what is basically a 20-foot cube.
God.
So you could destroy half of it with one disintegrate spell, basically.
Are they being guarded?
Yes. Each house, they're each manned by members of the respective houses. So the one you're closest to that's pointing right at his head is the first house, and there would be wolves up there.
Who's at ours?
No one.
Oh god. I'm gonna be sending a couple nulls up there.
Me, I'm there. I've been there the whole time.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Fuck.
Fuck indeed.
Mega fuck.
Mega fuck. Okay. And how high are these walls?
100 foot.
100 feet.
And they're they're at least a third of that wide. Like, they're huge. This is a huge fucking keep.
It's
Like
not like a
Warcraft?
line, right? Disintegrate has to target something and only hits that one thing, correct?
Yes.
Mm,
Yes. Otherwise,
Yeah, you gotta see it though.
Yeah,
So
you have
it's
to see
basically
it.
a line.
yeah.
Basically. But the good news is disintegrate doesn't make any noise. It just destroys. So it's not like a fireball where it'd be a loud.
How hard is it to repair one of these things? Or are these things like so ancient that they haven't been able to like have the technology to repair it again?
Ancient dwarves made this. They would need to call assistance from the dwarves to the north. And you imagine that would be months and months of process to get that working, to repair one.
I mean, not to mention, you'd be making literal parts of it disappear completely.
Yes. Yes.
You
So they
hit
would
that
have
bitch
to,
in
They'd
the
have to,
middle.
like, completely
Mhm.
replace it.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah,
if you could find a way to, well, to that point, my brain was just getting to there. Since you said it, I'll assist. If you could get inside it and destroy the mechanism inside, then you wouldn't have to destroy the whole thing.
And how well, normally, how well guarded are these things? Like, how strong is the person that is guarding it? If I even know that. Or like comparative to like, because would I know who's guarding Piero's one?
It would be think of like a small like military guarded tower situation. So there's like
Okay.
at any given time, there's probably like one. Like if I was gonna put it in mechanical terms, I guess there's probably like one person that's like a decent CR that's like the leader, and then the rest are like guard people that are like there's like a dozen or so of them maybe that are there. You know, a half dozen to a dozen depending on how much the house invests in it. And some houses don't give that much a shit. Like I'm not going to tell you which, but a couple of these houses they might just have like one person up there, or that day they may have forgot to tell someone to go up there because this is something that never has been used. Like these things were built in case the thing awoke, and it's never awoken in its full capacity. So. And these are the apparatuses that were built 300 years ago that originally shot the terrace down and binded it. So, like, they they basically built the city around the construction the dwarves did to, like, trap the Tarrasque in this circle 300 years ago. So.
And how high up is the ballista? Or how high is the ballista up in the tower? Or is it just at the very top of, like, the pillar of it?
Each ballista is at the top of the 100 feet, and each ballista is a 20 by 20 foot cube. basically.
Well, first off, I'm gonna do this. Gonna post that in secret. And then I'm also going to use my disguise abilities and spell to make myself a different person. I make myself seem like like a higher ranking person of the closest one that's facing its head.
Yeah, that would be the first house. Yeah.
Yeah, the first house. Like, not even like a named person.
Or if you wanted to,
You disguise yourself as Killian.
or if you wanted to, you could go to the 13th house. That's on the other side.
No, actually, yeah, that sounds like a good idea. I'm going to disguise myself as Killian.
Oh my god.
That's funny. That's Kelly, and your reputation has just grown tenfold.
Oh
Everybody
god,
think-
this is.
Oh.
Everybody thinks you're Jay Gilesman.
Everyone's gonna assume you blew up.
Blew up. You terrorist attacked the ballista.
He does have an alibi.
He does have an alibi.
He does have a very solid alibi.
He does have a very solid alibi right now, but nevertheless.
Actually, could I disguise myself as like not Killian, as like a high-ranking person of? Oh, what? Fuck! I've got a mind blank. Oh, what's Orcafog's house again?
The 11th.
11th. Yeah, I'm gonna disguise myself as a high-ranking
That's
person
probably- yeah.
of Orcafog's house.
Okay.
Orcafork.
Orcafor.
Orcafork.
Orcafog. I'm gonna disguise myself as a high-ranking person of him.
Again.
I'm only gonna
That's
call him
so
that.
mean.
I'm gonna call him that to his face.
Dude, none of them. We can't ever get any of their fucking names.
Okay, there's only like 60 NPCs to keep track of, guys. Come on.
Orcafog for sure.
It's just so no. It's
Orc
just
of
because
fork.
we remember every other NPC except for the fucking like 13 Binderlords.
We remember every
Look up
name of
their
every
name.
NPC.
We
except
remember
for the really
Jim.
important ones.
If it's not Mel, we don't remember the names.
That's his new name now. And
Jim
then I'll.
Jordan.
Okay.
It's just so funny because we know.
I'm gonna love when one of you say that to his face and he fireballs you. It's gonna be awesome. 7th level
Alright.
fireball.
Who has to say it to him though? Who will he? Who's
I don't
less
know.
likely to get?
I'll
Okay,
do it.
um,
I'll do it.
There are many members of the 11th house I haven't named or created. The 11th house is one of the bigger ones. You guys have only met like 10 of their members. There's hundreds of them throughout the city. There are probably more wizards in the city than most cities in the world because of the 11th house. But nevertheless, you're going to the 1st or the 13th Vine? Again.
The first.
First house Vine. Okay. There is a ladder, of course. That is the manual way to get up. Other than that, I imagine there's like a lift or something near the prime gate here that you could probably order and give me like a deception check and play your part of like this high ranking 11th manor to get them to use that. Or I don't know, can you fly? I can't remember all the caster's
Fuck
abilities.
that. I ain't no peasant. I'm just gonna dimension door to the ballista.
Flying peasantry.
I ain't no peasant. Sesh, get an inspiration.
I'm also gonna cast invisibility as well.
Dare you assume?
I ain't no peasant. I'm gonna use dimension. Flying, a peasant's ability. Who knew?
Fuck that noise.
Anyways, that's funny. Okay.
A mere comment.
So, I did not expect this to happen, so I do not have a map prepared for this. So we're gonna theater the mind this until it matters otherwise. Which is totally cool.
Pretty much just a get in, disintegrate, and then dimension.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so I'm gonna say you dimension door near the back end, and I would like you to roll a luck check to see if there's a patrol nearby as you get up there.
Where is
Just roll a D100. D100.
Well, that's a 2. So
That's
that means is that good or bad?
Who knows?
Probably
Only
not
the
good.
DM knows.
Not good.
I'm also invisible too, by the way.
Oh, you cast invisibility.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
okay.
I want
Okay.
to teleport. I want to teleport like kind of mid-air, and then while I'm mid-air, pop invisibility.
Okay. All right, as you land on the ground, you land on like the parapet area of the wall, and then like 5 feet down the little ledge, there's the ground, and then like 10 feet away from you is the back wall of this large ballistae structure, which is like basically just like a rotating turret thing that's been covered in heavy wood and iron and stone, made by the dwarves, hundreds of years ago. And to your left and to your right, there is obviously a patrol of two patrols of two lupin, and they're about to like meet, and they meet to talk, and you're on the parapet within a foot of them as they're talking, and they don't see you.
Nick. I'm just gonna wait here and vibe until they go back round.
Yeah, they're speaking in lupin, which you don't understand. It's a brief conversation, 30 seconds to a minute. They then kind of cross each other, where the one that they kind of walk in the back the way the others just came from, and kind of walk back to the front, kind of situation. And I would like a perception check to kind of follow their kind of where they're going and see if you notice anything, and also to see what you hear maybe inside from the openings of the ballista above you. Sweet. With a 20, you guesstimate there's like 7 people. You just saw 4 of them. There's probably another 3 inside, manning the ballistae itself. They're in there chit-chatting. It's early morning. You think actually one of them's probably snoring, is what you hear, and the other 2 are just kind of, the guy's asleep well enough that he doesn't hear the other 2 kind of talking. And there is this, the only way to get inside this would be to either climb up about 10, 15 feet to go through the opening where the ballistae, arrow thing, whatever, it has an official name, but where the arrow would come out, and they can like arc it in a 90-degree angle from I'm sorry, in not a 90 degree. It's more like a 120 degree angle, where they can go down to like aim at the trash, or up if they need to hit something that was flying for whatever reason. They obviously were made by dwarves that had to deal with dragons. And the only other entrance is there's a window on the left side that you can kind of see light coming out from in the early morning. And then the right side seems to be closed off, and then there's obviously a door or something that the patrols are walking around to on the other side of this 20 feet. What do you do?
My goal here is just to secretly just make it unusable for like a month, or pretty much break it in a way that they won't know until it's too late. So is there a part on the outside that I can see that would very much like do that, or would it have to really go in on the inside to do that?
You would have to climb a little bit to get like full line of sight.
I'll climb up.
Okie dokie. I don't need an athletics check. It's not really. There's like big rivets and things to put your handle. But I would like a stealth check to represent the noise you make. You'll have advantage because you're, already sneaky. 17 is what you needed. So exactly what you needed. And so don't hear you. Climb up, and you are able to kind of position yourself in such a way to where you could pull out the eyelash and gum and smush it together, and then use one hand with it within that hand and kind of point in an awkward way to finish off the spell, to kind of send it to the center point, but it's kind of awkward. But you could do it, definitely. For those things, I will. This is what we're doing. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
So Ebony. So like my snake will like appear on my shoulder, and I'm gonna like cast disintegrate from my mouth into it. I think that'd be kind of cool.
I like it. That'll
Like
also give
aiming
you
it.
That'll also give you a better angle. Yeah. Okay.
For the flavor.
Okay, I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna roll a D100. Okay, to represent like what kind of happens to the building after this goes down.
It's a very specific point that I'm hitting, though. I'm not trying to destroy anything else but a certain point that will, so they don't know.
Okay. There is a little like thunk noise followed by a clink of metal, and they all look above them like, what the fuck was that? But then they go about their business. Like there was a slight shift of weight when you destroyed this like little apparatus that like holds the crossbar of the ballista kind of in place. So it's like inoperable now, and it's this little piece of metal that they will have to get recast that's very unique, and is probably made of like a unique mithril or adamantine that's worth a shit ton. Sadness. That's like 10,000 gold right there. But destroys, and there's a little thunk click. Your was it greater invisibility? Yeah.
No, it's just normal invisibility.
All right, so your invisibility dissipates, and
I'll recast it again the moment that happens.
Okay.
Ugh.
Okay. You recast it again the moment that happens, and one of the guys down below you, hey, what's that up there? And the other guy looks up. What are you talking about? I saw something. I swear. You're just seeing shit, man. I'm like, they kind of go
Must have
about
been
their
the wind.
patrol. Must have been the wind. Indeed. Setch, get another inspiration point for being successful.
Yo.
With that,
I can do this 2 more times.
okay.
Bruh.
So I'll just go clockwise around.
What the fuck?
Okay. Then
What?
to represent those 2 more times, so we don't have to belabor the point too much.
Yeah.
I would like spend the spell slots that you need to do it, and I would like 2 more stealth checks, 1 for each that you can do to represent how those final movements of like,
Yeah.
do you make enough noise? Do they see you when you're like switching between spells?
Yeah, one's a 7th, one's an 8th level. If that like makes any difference.
It will destroy more.
Man, this migraine sucks. Better weaken the defenses. I'm the only thing keeping a giant monster from
If that
terrorizing the
15
city.
fails, I use a sorcery point to re-roll it. If that 15 fails,
Once it's free, the city will be the least of the world's
Okay,
concerns.
second house is that. You're fine with that. Then the third house.
Oh.
Ooh, it would probably be one of them is the highest, and one of them.
Hey,
Okay,
do you have
the 15 actually beats it, so you're good.
oh fuck yeah.
For that house. The you destroyed the second house, and they had a 2 or 3 Renas in there, just kind of like hanging out.
This is nuts.
And then the third house, you destroyed the third house one, which is the Coleoptid one, and there was a good number of Coleoptids there, but they were like in the middle of their own little party.
And then I'll make out like a bandit in Dimension Door.
You gotta get control. You gotta get control of your house. You gotta get control of your house, Mel. I'm just
Everything is under control. Everything is fine.
Yep.
Everything is completely fine.
Yeah.
This is like,
I don't know why you blame her. This is Seth's fault.
it is Seth's fault, but this is like
But it's my job to create these things. Come on.
Could have been like, yes.
Genocide. What's so bad with that?
This is like you have like you have
Yeah,
a
you know what,
headache.
Seth? What's another century? Sparrow can always start over.
This is like you have a headache, and in order to get Advil, you kick a baby in the face multiple times over.
And that's what a doctor tells you too. It's like, this is medically correct.
A doctor from the 1800s, maybe.
All right. Eros, Bedwin, and Jenny get an inspiration point. That was funny. Okay. So Setch is doing that. Okay. I think the only person we haven't really gone to by this point is Mel.
Mel and Garul, I think.
And Garuld, yes. Okay. Garuld has his meeting with Platutu in the evening. Is the main thing we're kind of doing with Garuld at Rexani's place. So let's. What does Mel do with this day? You have not seen Setch in hours.
I maybe might have sent you a few.
I skimmed, yes. I saw that.
Yeah. I would like to make that announcement to the public of she'll probably choose like a fairly populated area of the Tailstones, or maybe make it a few times across the city, just to get as many ears as possible. You know, just doing a little campaigning.
Yes, the American way of getting elected.
Well, yep.
You're not wrong.
But yeah, I can read my speech if you want.
I've come to make an announcement. Sand of the Ninth House is a bitch-ass motherfucker.
Where...
bitch.
Okay, are you only giving the speech... Okay, are you only giving the speech once? And where are you giving the speech? Again?
She's gonna give it multiple times. She's not gonna give it, like, up in the Beast Crown, because she thinks that's pointless. But she's probably gonna give it definitely once or twice in the Tailstones, and then probably another time in Sage's Row, and then she'll probably pick a pretty densely populated area in the Throat a couple more times just throughout the city wherever she spots a big group of people.
Okay. If you would like to read the speech, then yes, read the speech. It could give you it could give you advantage on your persuasion check you'll need. Maybe deception. I haven't fully read the speech yet, so
I would like persuasion, because also I maybe might have used the last level to get proficiency in persuasion and upgrade my charisma.
Ah, I see. Ploys are being made. Okay, yes. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, read it.
Okay. Good and hardworking people of our city of Salt. My name is Melada Apathanta, and I am the Binderlord of the new 12th house, and I wish to serve you and this glorious city as best as I can. To all of you who feel like you are trapped, held down by the class system in this city, I offer a way out. To the sick and dying souls in the slums of our city, I offer you salvation. To the lost people trying to find your way in our city, I offer you a place to belong and a place to have a home. To the hungry, thirsty, and poor, I offer you what you need not only to survive, but to live. I welcome any and all who wish to willingly join my forces to protect this city of ours and to have a home and a family. I promise to serve you as loyally as you serve me, and to protect you with my life. I swear to uphold your honor for as long as you uphold mine, and I give you this not for my own gain, but so we may all rise together as a force of strength and security for our city. Serve me and you will always have a place to belong. You will never have to fear for your life, sickness, or death, and you will never have to fear for your security. And you will also never have to wonder where your next meal may come from. I swear this not to the aristocracy of this city, but to you, today and forever.
I mean, asterisk on the meal part in the long term, but overall good speech.
I love it.
They won't have to eat.
Well, also over time, you're gonna need to find out where you're gonna get your meal from, and if everyone is part of your family, no one.
Well, not everyone's gonna join. The rest can be the food.
if I don't want to be food?
Okay. I will say I'll lower the DC instead of giving you advantage because of the aspect that they don't know by the speech 100% that you mean that you're going to turn them into undead.
Okay. Well, I mean, they won't be sick anymore.
You're not wrong. You described it, but you did not say, "Hey, I'm going to kill you and turn you into an undead creature."
I'm not gonna kill them. I'm just gonna change the way they're alive.
Does our government give rights to undead?
Oh god.
The government does, yes.
What?
The government is in the process of giving rights to undead that can prove themselves. There are a few ghouls that live in the city that...
I would like to make a bunch of... what do you call
Nat
it?
fucking
Oh.
20, Nat fucking 20.
Slay your enemies.
No.
Dear gods.
Fuck yes, dude. Yes.
Okay. All right.
Rights for the undead?
The DC was like a 20. Okay, so you rolled a nat 20 and then you almost rolled 10 above. Like, goodness. I would like you to roll...
deal. But you really gotta figure out where you're getting your blood.
Yeah, I would like you to roll a D100 for me, please.
Will do.
And I'm gonna roll one too.
You can?
Yeah. Any
Problem
blood is
solved.
fine.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, okay. Done. Problem solved.
Yeah.
Just drink your ass blood.
Okay. That is a 62?
Yes.
Okay, that's good for you. It's good for you.
Woo!
Me as the DM is like interested. How this is working out. Okay. In the upcoming weeks of in-game time, there will be a significant number of people that use this as a means to find pride in the city and kind of reinvigorate what's kind of going on. This seems to be not completely competing narrative with what's going on in the city related to J.G. Gillisbrand and the lower folk of the city. But it's almost like his initial letters kind of assisted the openness to a possibility of this. But there's just as number of people. It's like now split those people that were on that side, where half of those people are like a greater half. It's like almost 60% of those people that were on J.G. Gillisbrand's side are now moving towards where, well,
yes.
why destroy the status quo? Why not just have someone we can actually trust kind of lead us through this chaos and maybe kind of situations going on? Now, as soon as it's revealed that they die, this may change.
Well, I'm not gonna kill all of them. Like, I will, with the sponsorship provide. I just, if anyone who's joining is like sick or like injured in some way or is not strong, I'm going to offer them, if they want to become basically eternal, then I will give that to them.
Okay. So,
hey, you got strep throat? Want to become a vampire?
So my brain initially was thinking something
It'll be
like
willingly, if they want to become a undead.
My brain was initially thinking something like 40 to 50% of the lower income populace, whatnot, that J.G. Gillisbrand kind of targeted. Those were the ones that kind of getting swayed, and then you gain. That's like, fuck. That's like a few thousand people that you're like swaying by this point within the city, which is interesting.
My house will be strong.
Your house is going to cause a civil war that will collapse the city as a whole.
I'm gonna protect the city, you little bitch.
Your
No worries.
your quote unquote second in command is currently releasing the very weapons that are pinned downing the goddamn beast of
I'm
the
not. Nobody
city.
knows that.
No, they're not currently pinning down. They're the ones ready in case he moves to pin it down.
Oh,
Don't worry
that
about
eye
it.
is open. That motherfucker is gonna move. We all
Don't
know
worry
it.
about it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Everything's all fine.
It's fine. If one of the Binder Lords dies, guys, I'm just gonna say
We are.
it's gonna be
But
beautiful.
You know how inconvenient it's gonna be to find another city, Seth? Like, I
Uh,
have to like cast a 7th level spell. I gotta bring Delos with me.
oh, good. I love the character. Like the dynamic of characters that have been introduced. Like, I think Killian's one of the few people trying to help the city. Like,
I'm
actually,
trying to help the city. I'm gonna protect it.
you are, but
Bullshit.
you're helping them in a subversive way that they don't necessarily understand the consequences of.
Killian
Yeah,
wants to
I'll
help
give
the
you-
city, but like God, if he gets a chance to be violent, he just really, really wants to. God, he wants to kill people.
I'm waiting for that scene where we basically have as much blood as Invincible when Omni-Man throws Mark around Chicago. And you're just
No,
like,
I'm waiting for that scene too. Like,
I thought
Farwin.
that was gonna happen today, but you rolled well enough into the intimidation to where it didn't happen. So I was just like, okay.
When they're that weak, it's just not as fun, you know?
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Killian wants to
Interesting.
do battle with a giant dwarf.
Mel, I'm gonna give you my second to last
I
inspiration.
want to throw Orca
Fuck
Fork
yeah.
through a wall. That's what I want to do.
I am down to my very last inspiration, so like, you guys have all of my inspiration out there. There's a shit ton out there right now.
I think you mean Orc and a Fork.
Or can afford.
Or
Orc and
can
fork, yeah.
afford.
I did
Orc
write
with
that.
Orc and a
fork.
fork.
I
Oh
did
my
write
God.
that down as a
Orc,
possible episode title, but
What would you have in
nevertheless.
500 years
in a
though?
world made of soup.
An orc and a fork.
Okay, well, we're that was most of your day to just walk around, give the speech, talk to people
Mhm.
afterwards that have
Mhm.
questions, be the weird vampiric Mother Teresa that this kind of is turning into.
Yes.
That's one way to look at it.
Yes. That in Mel Delulu mind, she thinks that's who she is.
Yes, vampiric Mother Teresa.
Yeah.
What makes it even better is Mother Teresa is actually a terrible person too.
Well, yay! It's perfect then.
It all works out.
Well, yeah, she was raised by terrible generation, and nevertheless, okay, so let's go to kind of near the end of the day by this point. Garuld, I imagine, has been hanging out at Rexani's, unless you want us to declare otherwise.
I mean,
for most of the day.
Might have heard
there
a
was
speech or two.
Heard a speech
there
or two, yeah.
what like Anton did want to.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Why did I forget about that like 3 times? My brain is now farting with what I even wanted Anton to say.
I like that you say your brain is farting, not just you're having a brain fart.
Yes.
That's funny.
It's not a singular fart.
No,
His brain is
my
gas.
my brain. I think my brain has a mind of its own. Yes, I know. It's not supposed to make sense.
I mean, I have a split personality, so I 100% understand that, though.
Okay. I think that's what it was about. Okay. Okay. We will go not to this map. Because Anton won't be there. Just stay on the main city map for now. And you make your way to the 5th house during the day. Finds Anton in his artificer's workshop, near the tower kind of structure that all the houses kind of have, and He watches you come in, kind of, rolls down his sleeves, washes off his hands, kind of comes over to the center of the room where you're at. There's this table. He pulls out 2 chairs, kind of offers one to you, and sits down at the other one. They have like red felt on them, kind of golden trim and stuff. And he has this big kind of like oaken table that has all sorts of papers and blueprints and various things. Ufibri, his little dagger homunculus, kind of comes in the room within these few moments and just kind of acknowledges you and kind of takes position next to him. And he... Well, I think if I come in, little one, I was wondering if I could offer you another job.
Garul's eyes narrow at the little one comment, just a tad. Just a tad. But he says,
You know who I am. As long as you're willing to pay. But you haven't paid up for the last one.
I gave you gems, didn't I?
My tattoo has not been acquired.
Oh, yes. Life's been quite busy these last few days. I will get to that tomorrow. You have my word. And have everything situated by the evening for you, so, 2 days from now, you will have this tattoo wherever you want it placed.
Alright.
Good. You, to the point of the next job, I am willing to offer you whatever you wish as fair compensation. Plus, access to my potion vault if you need. Kind of looks and, make sure you actually close the door, which you did, and, like, he's just extra kind of nervous. For whatever he's gonna say. And he scratches his head behind his ears and big floppy gnome ears, and he's like third the size you are. He's a small thing. And kind of looks at you awkwardly. I have seen a strength in you that many in this city do not possess without being associated with one of the other houses. And considering the political climate, considering your neutrality as a mercenary, an acquirer of goods, I was wondering if you would be so kind as to take it upon yourself to take what's left of the second house and turn it into green jelly and bring me Kane so that I can perform a proper surgery to ensure that his brain doesn't die, and we can keep the seal for ourselves. I would like to do this before Orcafork.
Orcafork.
Now I'm gonna say it like every time. Orcafor, before my cousin Orcafor finds out.
I think you mispronounced that, sir.
What you're asking of me is paramount to an execution. Should I get caught doing it?
Yes. But considering the climate of the situation, it is more likely that the 1st and 9th house, and maybe even my cousin, will turn the other way after it is done. Before it is done, Yes. But after it is found completed, I do have a belief you will be clear of all blame, and they will assume the worst of the city has gone about its business, claiming the lives of these poor Renos.
Well, that's all well and good. But the way I see it, if I do this, it's going to cost you a great deal. Because I know that giant of a dog is protecting that frog. And I've seen a taste of what he's capable of. And if I dare do that, someone's going to die. And if it's me, I will drag you down with me to the bowels of hell itself. So, that price will be thousands of gold and whatever resources I ask for when I ask for them. No questions and no cost to me.
He looks at you, questions the situation. It's obvious, like he has a curious look about, like, it kind of shakes his head in such a way, like he's disappointed almost. And he nods and says, if you are successful. Yes. But we have to find where they are first. And my resources have had no luck. So seeing how you know the giant wolf Killian, maybe you can manipulate that to your advantage. As the law clearly states with what the second house has done, that I am in my rights to do what I do as long as the Binderlord is not put in grave danger. So as long as we don't kill him, we're fine.
Allow me to propose this. This evening, thanks to Raxani, I will have a meeting with this Platutu. Find out who he really is. And something tells me you haven't re-secured your bind, have you?
I am in the process of hiring members of the fourth house to do such a job. But it has taken some convincing to ensure Trundle's folk are willing to put their face in front of the second house and all the eyes of the Keep of the Beast. So, no. I need time, but if I can weaken their understanding, I think it's more likely for them to abandon the fifth seal, which will give us a likelihood of control. In theory.
Good. I'll get what information I can out of Platutu. Perhaps, maybe, he disappears as well.
I do think, yes, I would agree with that.
If I can't find Killian, I'll just secure the bind on my own. That should give us more than enough reason to go after Kenne personally, as if there wasn't enough before.
He just kind of smiles at that and nods. I feel your plan is quite sound. You have access to my armory and smithy for anything you think you might need to prepare yourself for such an encounter. And consider that not even part of your payment.
Need no weapon, nor armor to handle this job. But something to bind the frog with could come in handy.
Magical or physical binds?
Magical. Don't want anyone causing trouble.
Well, please wait a few minutes. I need to go to my vault down the hall, and I will get you something that should assist with this. Will you want something that incapacitates him for you, or something that you can apply after he's incapacitated?
If I can incapacitate him immediately, that will be best.
Indeed. He goes away and is gone like 5-10 minutes. And then he comes back with a like tossing between his hand like a baseball. There's this metal ball that's about 3 inches in diameter. He tosses it toward you. You easily catch it. Weighs about a pound. You feel more or less. And he he tells you the command word. Is the gnomish phrase for stop, which we'll say is crickle me. Okay. Okay. Crickle me means stop in gnomish. Okay. And he explains that when you throw it within a creature that's within 60 feet, that's like a giant or smaller size, the sphere flies through the air and then it turns into these metal bands that grab. You have to make a ranged attack roll with your dexterity modifier plus your proficiency. So basically an unarmed strike for you. And on a hit, the target is restrained, and until you take a bonus action to speak the command word again, doing so or missing with the attack causes the bands to contract and become a sphere again. So it's the Iron Bands of Binding or Iron Bands of Bellario, depending on what resource you're looking at. It requires a DC 20 strength check to break out of them, which is nearly impossible for most things that aren't a barbarian. Which Platutu is not. You know that for a fact. He is a bard of some sort. So the other thing he has in his other hand, he's like, well, there's these, but you have to like knock them out first, or whatnot. And he holds these like glittering, like energy coming off of them, shackles, and he's like, which one do you want? The shackles are much more durable. But, like I said, you have to knock him out first. Where the iron bands, you can throw him at him, he's kind of fucked. Because you look pretty adroit at that.
I'll just take the iron bands.
Okay. Well, use these later tonight, then. Takes the shackles, puts them away. I'm sorry, I couldn't resist.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, yeah.
So,
Gnomes are freaky.
gnomes are freaky. Come on. It's never gonna. It's never gonna. Yeah.
The safe word is crickle me.
You mean the command word?
Oh God.
All right. So you go to. All right. Let me write a couple notes. Go to Anton. Plan versus the second house. You have some iron bands now. It's one of my favorite items.
It's the money spread.
I will say in most campaigns, if I can find a reason to give you iron bands, I usually do because I just enjoy the imagery of them so much. And then I don't know. Once the scene in Doctor Strange, just that visual is just so priceless. Okay. Nevertheless, it is a little late by this point. We can definitely do the scene with the Platutu, or do we want to pause here? Where are we at?
I mean, since it just involves me, I'm fine with it. I'm not 100% certain if anyone else wants to pause or whatever. But I'm fine with doing it.
Okay.
Same.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, all good here.
All right. Then let me.
Man, trickle me just sounds like tickle me so much. Can't. It's so weird.
Yep.
Tickle me and gnomish is a very, very different word. My very first D&D character and the very first race I played with in D&D was gnomes. So
love those guys.
That seems right for you.
I love they're just like they're happier dwarves.
Yeah.
They're the halfling version of elves.
They're a happier version of dwarves and elves, and then
I just feel like they're a more whimsical, halfling.
Dwarves, but full of whimsy.
Yeah,
halflings have whimsy. They're just like always.
Yeah, but a different kind of whimsy.
They're like I don't know. Halflings are more direct. I feel
like if
I don't know. I feel like halflings are depressed.
Halflings
they're
are happy.
They eat all the time. They're smoking the halfling leaf. They're just like chill farmers, you know.
Just chill.
Yeah.
I played a halfling in one of Knave's games for campaigns he ran for. We did Mines of Fandelver, but like level 7 and all souped up. It was really fun. But nevertheless, I did a halfling cleric that all his like abilities were angry halfling spirits with drunken bottles and weed coming to attack people.
That's awesome.
It's so cute.
So like spirit guardians were just like a group of angry, like drunken high halflings that show up just
ancestors, come to me.
They come to with cracked bottles.
Yeah, and then like
alcoholic Uncle Jerry, go kill that guy.
Yeah, my spiritual weapon was either a cornucopia or a giant mug that came and like smacked people. It made me happy. Nevertheless, Garuld, you make your way to Rexani's bar, and it is raucous like it almost always is. It is early evening. Many people have done with their main shift for today. The night shift is getting ready to go in, so some people are having their drunk and debauchery like for breakfast, basically. And as you come in, there are a smattering of dwarves that exist in the city. They're not an unknown race by any means, and there's a couple dwarves in this tavern already as is. But a dwarf, in your demeanor, the way you're dressed, like, people notice, and it causes Rexani to notice as you come in. And Rexani kind of takes this opportunity to drag everyone's attention to him and calls out and be like, all right, the next drink is on the house. Everyone's cheering, looking at it, and starting to gather lines. And while everyone's attention on him, you're looking over there too. He takes that opportunity to like kind of point to the bottom right corner of the map over here. And by the nod he's giving you, he's basically telling he's one of those dudes over there.
Okay. Gold is going to first go over to Rexani and is going to say,
push through drunk people as they're getting their drinks.
He's going to say,
how much for a whole barrel?
Oh, yeah. You want the whole barrel? Go damn man. Okay, well, let's see. Whole barrel. 2 gold?
he hands him the 2 gold. Easily enough.
He basically motions for his little helper guy to go grab it because he doesn't lift heavy things. And he goes over and puts it on the thing. He's like, 1 mug or 2?
Give me the whole damn thing.
So, okay, no mugs. He just slides it over.
Girl will take the barrel and is going to walk all the way over to the corner and is going to flop the barrel right next to him, saying,
evening, gentlemen. Let's have a chat over a drink, shall we?
This Renas speaks up first. I got lost, Murph. I don't think you're in the right place here. There's he kind of looks over to the other 2 Renas, and then there's this little grasshopper man that's right in front of you, and those 2 are giving you the look like, what the fuck?
Oh, I assure you, I ain't lost. I know exactly where I am. No.
And he opens up the lid of the barrel, grabs one of the glasses on the table, just scoops out a whole, cup of ale from it, chugs it down, puts it on the table, and says,
which one of you goes by the title Plot Tutu?
I'm gonna roll a smattering of deception checks. He rolled an 11, not a 22.
Unfortunate for him.
Do you want to give someone inspiration to get that 22?
He has nothing. He has nothing.
He rolled a mess.
With my recent increase to my insight, yeah, no, none of those would make it.
Okay, so they trade off looking to you, looking to each other, looking across the way, and every third look looks at this guy with the red feather in his hat, and you're pretty sure that's the Platutu. And he's trying to play it off like he's innocent, so he doesn't know what you're talking about. He's the one that rolled the first 11. And they basically say that he's not here. He left earlier.
Listen, let's make this easy on ourselves now. We can chat, or I could turn you three,
pointing to the grasshopper and the non-Platuturenos,
into paste along these walls. And you,
pointing at Platutu,
can get your ass dragged back to the Faith House to get what you deserve rightly. Or we can talk, and you can use that tongue for something productive. And maybe,
Wink, wink.
if I like what I hear, I'll let you live for the rest of the day.
You may actually convince the Platutu. It depends on the role, but there's a higher chance that you'll convince the other three of your intent. Well, at least two of the other three. I need a charisma, not charisma. You can use strength, I guess. As you're standing up to them, you just like brought in this giant barrel that's like bigger than most of them, full of booze. Like it's clear you're a pretty strong guy by this point. So roll an intimidation check with strength if you would like, versus the two on the right of the screen. Your character's left, technically. They are
Okay.
the most unsure of the situation and the most likely to probably bail, if this is too intense.
So I can use athletics then?
If you don't have expertise, yeah.
Yeah, it's just proficiency.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
16. Unless you want to give me the 21, but 16.
16 is okay. Uh this guy stands up awkwardly, but he's in the corner, and then neither of these two guys stand up. This guy's scared to stand up because you're so close to him. But he does turn to the Platutu and he says, "Sir, there are many eyes here about. Perhaps it's best if we just talk. We know Rex Ronnie's loyalty where it lies, sir. That might be best." And this guy nods in the corner vigorously, like he will be the first to die. Like he knows this. And the Orthoptera grasshopper kind of person kind of flies up in front of your face and squints at you, and he's what does he say? If you have something to say, you will say it to me, and I will deliver it to the Platutu later. He still doesn't get the impression that you picked up on that this guy is the Platutu behind.
Garwolf's going to raise his hand, finger point. Oh dear gods.
He flexes.
Oh, he goes Hulk mode.
Another giant warrior. Okay. Damn.
Squanching.
Squanched. Garwolf holds up his hand, a finger pointing at the grasshopper, at the Althera, and says,
Listen, you little shite. I'll pick fuckers like you off my damn boots. I know who I'm talking to.
Damn, bro.
Now, sit your ass back down, or you won't know what happens next.
I would like another athletics intimidation check directed at this guy in particular.
9. I will use my inspiration to reroll that.
Okay. The Platutu that you guess behind speaks up. Just sit down, Cecil. Let's hear out the dwarf before Rexone kicks us out. It's obvious he's a friend of the halfling. And he kind of waves for you to sit, and as you sit, if you do, as he waves, he takes that moment to, off the ground, pick up a lute, and he starts to, like, peck at it like he's tuning it, almost.
Geralt will sit down, but he'll also start going around the table, grabbing their mugs, dipping them into the barrel, and putting it right back in front of them while saying,
No, we don't need to make this somber. Yes, let's cheer up with a song. Makes things less suspicious, don't it?
Platutu sets down the lute he was turning, pulls out a little flute, and he plays. He's obviously slightly confused and intimidated. You've heard much better bards in this city, and this guy's supposed to be one of the most famous ones.
Platutu, pan flutu.
Wow. You're as half-horsed with music as you are planning a coup. Wow. Just incredible. Tell me, how'd you think this would end? Going after the fifth house bind so blazingly.
As about as well as it has occurred. The seal is ours.
Give me a minute. I'll fix that.
You look strong. Yes, you are intimidating, yes. But you are just one.
One. I don't think you understand how things work, child. You see where I come from?
Damn, bro.
The ones at the very top.
He is a child. Renas hit maturity at about age 10. So he's young. He's like maybe 12, 14 years old.
Baby.
Where I come from, the ones at the top, they can take on entire squadrons on their own. And if you can't, then you're still a bottom feeder, as far as anyone's concerned.
Always a bottom.
And you're not even fit to be that. And from what I've seen, your little toy soldiers are no more of the same. So, spare me with your indignation. Spare me of your threats. They don't mean anything. The only thing I need to hear is the how and the why.
The why is something I can easily answer. The how would take more time, and I'm not sure you would understand it all, but the why? Simple. Simple indeed. The fifth house proved they were not reliable to the city, helped the 12th house, caused the rise up of the ghouls some weeks back, and I am quite certain they are who's most responsible for what has occurred with these other Tarasques that have shown up. I asked Kine to do his duty as the Lord of the Second and bring this up to the stage courts, to the 13th. He refused. Fear, obviously. So, I do not think he's fit either. And I cannot take control that he has without having others on my side with me. So, that is the why and some of the how.
That's me. If it's time you're worried about, I've got all night. And so do you.
I would like another intimidation check for him to see if you gain the last momentum point to convince him to
I think I do.
follow along with what's going on. His insight, because of who he is, I'm gonna roll an active check. Because okay. He I see. Bracken, I think you should get us some food if we are going to be drinking all night. I think I would love some lovely ants off the southern hills. That sounds quite good tonight. You get what you would like, and good friend. Thank you for being with us tonight. He motions over to Gerald. It is fine if my friend leaves. He's not pertinent to these movements.
Oh no. He stays. Or someone dies. Not letting any of you shites leave before me. Got that?
I see. Sorry, my friend. And that friend sits back down with the fear of God in him. Like, he is no. And this guy tries to, like, pat him on the shoulder like it's okay, bro. To, like, kind of, like, what Tutu does. I'm gonna have him roll. Okay. He convinces the guy that it's okay. And that he's not gonna die. No, not that's true. We'll see. Cecil, his little Orthoptera friend, is intimidated enough by this point as well that he will he kind of flutters off to the side a little bit, and Brocken gets up from the desk, and and then Platutu speaks up. They will get us some food. They will be right back. Stay in eyesight, my good friend. Stay in eyesight. And walk to the bar and order food from Rixani. Be back in a few minutes. The Platutu shifts awkwardly in his seat, readjusts his hat before feeling it's too awkward on his head and takes it off, kind of fluttering his fingers through the red feather as he sets it down on the table. Takes his other hand and kind of rubs it on his bald, kind of moist skin that he has. And in the process, one eye is always looking at you, but he begins to explain a process that has been perhaps years in the making that he started. You generally didn't get the impression when he first said this that you kind of got the impression he talked to Kane recently. No, this is years ago that he talked to Kane about this aspect that's kind of been going on, about the shift that's been going on with the fifth house. Is something he noticed, and then only recently he tried to ask him again and push harder, but he's been working on establishing kind of a second group of Renas that are loyal to him, as well as connections in the third house and the 13th house that allow him to kind of work independently as a blood merchant is the easiest way to describe it. He deals quite explicitly with the god butchers and with the blood in particular, and sells that to various places and uses that to make money and make the connections that he's done. He did not know when he first started this business that he was actually assisting the 12th house with them kind of their research on the Tarasques and what they were obviously doing below the city. And he actually did his own private investigation, found the sewers as they were that Birdman eventually has found, that were overrun by the Drow and had these various experimental chambers of these somewhat older Tarasques and other things. And he was trying to get that information out, and that's when Kane basically said no. Like, we're not going to cause mass panic. We're not going to do that. And then a few months later, the ghouls rose up, and part of that blood manipulation that he did was for the blood festival. He kind of helped set up a lot of that. So he kind of feels guilty, but at the same time, it's almost like he's angry at the situation, and that anger is more of the drive. He doesn't really have exactly the people in mind with his movements. It's more like, I want to be the one that does this, and I'm angry that no one else has thought about this before, so I'm going to be the angry one to do it. And it's kind of luck so far that he hasn't had more people killed because of these actions. Like, he's been a little bit chaotic, a little bit his movements have not been in the best interest of others. He's being kind of selfish along these axes. That's the impression you get. He's obviously narrating it like it's not that, and that he's the pity me party. I'm the rich son that didn't get what he deserved, almost kind of situation. And he would be, by how they treat him and by the situation, he is Kane's closest relative. He would be the Binderlord if anything happened to Kane, or if Kane wanted to. But you generally get the impression that's probably not going to happen now, because of what you've already heard from Kane's point of view. And that would be quite a few hours of him kind of describing that situation and kind of the more minor moves he took with the Drow, against the Drow, with the 10th house, against the 10th house, to kind of make these moves. He, based upon the coup and Kane not, like, he assumed kind of finally taking his side. Kane didn't do that. Mostly because, Killian was kind of involved, which is ironic. But nonetheless, by Kane not doing that, he has lost some of his clout in the city. Like, he does not have as much influence on the commoners. But if he were to die and become a martyr, different story. Like, he has that vibe to where people would see him as that kind of idea of dying for a cause of the people. He's done enough footwork for it to look that way. Is there anything Garuld would want more specifics about, I guess, from that kind of download?
I'll put it like this. The whole time he's listening, originally Garuld is thinking to himself that if all he's doing is just targeting the 5th house and nothing else, like, if he was just targeting the 5th house because of just things that 5th house has done in particular, then he would have blown a hole in this frog's face. But hearing that it's more complicated, that he's been for years doing black market deals himself and has also inadvertently helped with the rise of ghouls and the 12th house's Tarrasque experiments, and that he has also worked with different houses, both with them and against them, he comes to a different conclusion in mind where he needs this frog. So when Platutu finishes with his tale of pity and oh, woe is me, Garulf says,
Yep. Just as I thought. You're just a big frog in a little pond. Thinking that you could run it all. And you want me to feel sorry for you? I don't feel sorry for you. You fucked up, and you fucked up hard. But I'm true to my word. What you have to say earns you your life. Now here's the other part for you that you're not going to like. I didn't say I'd let you leave on your own.
and Garulf takes the iron binding, the iron band of binding, and throws it at Platutu, saying the command word,
Crickle me.
All right, I need a
22.
22. Gonna see if there's anything else he can do with his AC. I don't think so, but it's been a while since I've looked at his full sheet. No, I didn't think so. Okay. So his AC was 19. Clearly hits. He almost gets out of the way, but he flips and jumps, and as he jumps, it where the binds hit, it hits him in his lower back, and then rips him down backwards on his back. So where he's finally gripped, he's laying down awkwardly with his head almost touching his butt, bend backwards as it locks him in. He's just sitting there, and this one, he draws his rapier and then regrets it immediately as he realizes what was going on is just mostly reflexive. And then this guy is going to yep. He might die, but he doesn't care. Roll initiative, sir.
Oh, God. It's Killian all over again.
He's in the process of getting a spell ready, but you're able to react before he can do anything. What do you do? He is going to cast something one of his most powerful spells on you. You're pretty sure.
Right. 3 fists to his face.
He didn't have time to put mage armor on, so the 15 hits.
Ooh, that's an unfortunate outcome for him. 1, 2, 3. And that's all fire damage.
Okay. He takes it. Is very wounded after getting punched and knocked against the wall, kind of in the process. And
then I action surge and punch him 3 more times.
Oh, okay. Okay. He's knocked out. Well, I take that back. He has a reaction he could have done that I misread on this guy's sheet. I was thinking that. Okay, so he does the reaction for the 15. So that gives him +3 to his AC. So that's 16. And then all the rest of them hit and knock him out.
Neat.
Okay, so that was, let me give him that back, and then we'll do 31. Yeah, okay, so you had to give him a chance. He could have cast a pretty powerful spell on you, but it doesn't matter now. Knocks out, he's unconscious. I won't say you outright kill him because there's other people around him that can stabilize and heal him eventually. And one of the briefest initiatives I've ever had. But stay true to the character. And there's murmurs and whatnot below. at this point, I would like you to roll a insight or history check. As people are looking around, you're looking around to see if there's anyone important that sees what's going on. You don't know.
Inspiration.
Okay, you knew though. Other than Rexani, of course, and his people, you have Mel in the corner. No, there's.
I just wanted to watch.
You just wanted to watch. Okay, you have. Oh, it's still on Linger. That's what's going on. Where is it? The goblin that's read here is a higher ranking member of the fourth house. Unnamed. We'll call him Stu. Okay, Stu, a decent ranking member of the fourth house. Over here you have the local Lupin guard related to the first house, so information getting out to the first house guaranteed. And then the only other thing you notice is down below you, you see Orca Forks. One of Orca Forks' wizards. His name is Tofu. He's a halfling. And then this person is brain broke about that one, so I gotta look it up again. This one is a high-ranking god butcher from the seventh house, named Genovo. So, but they're people that, like, why this matters is they're people that will spread what you're doing, like, eventually. So, whether or not you care about those things. And some of them, especially Tofu would be the one that's aware of your connection to the fifth house, because he saw you at the moot yesterday.
Gould is going to, as he picks up the binded Platutu, is going to walk next to Tofu, looking at him, is going to just drop 100 gold on the table and walk out, not saying anything. And then we'll head back to Anton at the fifth house.
Interesting. I like it.